Peace and respect to you all. Welcome to Demolish Doctrine, the beginning of the end of all the religions. Yes, the end of mystical thinking, the revelation of truth. That is what is upon us. Tonight we have a special guest, our brother, I am Batman.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for having me, Richard.
Oh, thanks for coming, bro. Thanks for the idea, you guys. If we get around to it, if SFB mod shows up, these guys wanted to have a conversation. I assume because you guys wanted me to host, you thought maybe there'd need some minor moderation and bringing up share screens and such like that, which I'm more than happy to do for you. But until then, it's on your mind.
So actually, uh, you recall our conversation recently about the terraforming of other planets, right?
What if I
And
do?
the
Maybe
moon.
an audience member doesn't remember.
Well, so our conversation is about which planet would be much easier to terraform, both short term and long term. And
Yes.
this conversation stemmed from a conversation or a slight debate between Mark Reed, Aiden, and Big Bad Mama on Missing Mod's channel.
Which makes me realize that every conversation since the beginning of mankind on this earth has stemmed from some other. But anyway,
Right? So, I am in if it's a situation where we absolutely have to, I think Venus makes the most sense for terraforming, for various reasons versus Mars.
why'd you leave out
Um,
my argument?
Wait,
Okay, go
I'm
on.
getting there. Um, um, I also think that Europa might also be a good candidate. Um, so what was your argument again, Richard? It was the
In the rain, stars glistening. I was just thinking about trying to terraform Europa. A beautiful sight. We're happy tonight, walking in a winter wonderland. Um, okay,
so
so actually, your argumentation made me lean more toward Venus than Mars. But then there's the problem of popular vote, i.e., funding. Oh, look, peace and respect, Von Erich. Long time no see, brother. How you been? Um, yeah, I mean, funding is important. Uh, Even Mr. Musk must have a limitation on how much he could spend on something like this without public voting with their dollars.
sure. Um, but I think there's a difference. I think there's a difference between um, focusing on what's what is practical versus what will make the person the most money, right?
Ooh, I
I
hadn't
think
thought about that.
right, like I think Elon Musk. Okay, so first of all, Elon Musk by no means is a technologist, right? He's not.
Yeah, I would
He
think
is. Yeah, he is a investor and a nerd, right? Who's very much into developing technology. But
have you
in
heard this
terms
guy
of
speak? He's a real weirdo.
yeah, but he's I like him because he's just a dude and he's just being himself, even if it is kind of weird sometimes,
Well,
even like his
he's not a
little leaps.
politician, so he's allowed to be himself.
Right for now, because he wants to get into the government and
Oh, he's already in.
yeah.
That's a done deal.
Well, I, yeah, pretty much. Um, but I think him jumping on that bandwagon has a lot to do with him making more money at the end of the day, and not necessarily um, setting up a circumstance to where we'll be able to terraform another planet. So I think that and also take into consideration that every single major space endeavor is typically government funded. Um, well, it's publicly funded through the governments, not individuals.
Real quickly for chat, yes, you are technically correct. I don't think I know you either. Actually, I don't think I know Elon Musk. I'm just saying the stuff I've heard him say when he was speaking freely or semi-freely. I don't even know. Um, he reminded me a lot of my next eldest brother, who is highly intelligent, kind of odd. But no, I
I'm
don't know
kind of
him.
an oddball too.
Yeah, you are too. Yeah, I like that about you. I like odd people. I don't really care for people who are too normal. Okay, so you were saying. Yep. Sorry.
Yeah, so I think a lot of the resources that he puts into advertising is for the sake of um, how should I put it, artificially increasing the value of his various businesses, thus increasing his personal wealth.
Okay, fair enough.
So I don't think his goal ultimately is to kind of focus on going to another planet, right? Because I think that, well, even if it is to go to another planet, the approach would be to take small steps, kind of like what we've done prior in most situations when it comes to sending stuff up into space, right? So you would be putting in efforts to make small steps, and ideally, right, you'd want to at least go back to the moon, see how long people can stay and live on the moon, right? And probably even consider setting up some kind of infrastructure there that'll allow us to launch from the moon to go to Mars. But then again, you run into the one-way trip situation, which I think, again, if he puts his mind to it, he'll be able to probably be able to solve that issue with the reusable rockets. However, in order for the rockets to launch, he's going to need a platform, and so whatever he's sending to Mars also has to carry its own platform for it to be set up and relaunch again.
Okay, that makes sense.
So you kind of run into that issue. Not only that, he those rocket designs would have to be tweaked to operate both um, both for, let's say, either the Earth or Moon launch and Mars launch. I don't I don't I don't know how complicated that would be, right? Whereas like on Venus, because Venus has similar very very close gravity to Earth, it'll be easier to land and relaunch things off the surface of Venus
Without too much tweaking.
without too much thinking. Yeah.
One of those damn words, yeah.
Give me 1 second. Let me just return a quick call.
1001. Okay, so disclaimer. I am an expert at two things, and two things only: heavy equipment operation, which is not what we're talking about here, and understanding ancient spiritual scriptures, which we're not talking about here. So I am by no means, perceivably, nor should I be trusted to be, an expert on this topic. I'm actually not even very into it, but I just like Batman. I think this was supposed to be more a conversation between SFB Mod and Batman than myself. Anybody write anything interesting? U-Haul, I'm sorry,
right,
Based,
I'm
I've
back.
already engaged with. Oh, congratulations.
You want to be front?
What's that?
I said I'm back. Do you want to be front?
I just don't even want to get that personal about it. Sorry. Okay.
So yeah, I think with the similar gravity, we won't have to compensate too much for relaunching objects. Now, in terms of the heat and pressure, I think that's something that we can definitely compensate for. We already have materials here on Earth. Um,
How hot
um,
are the? Okay, so here's some
it
things I would
melts.
need to know that I know I don't know. What is the comparative Earth Venus? How long is a quote unquote day there, or one rotation
Mhm.
on its axis, not on its orbit? And how long is a year there? And what's the furthest and closest it could ever be, or it ever is, to the Earth in their respective orbits? And what temperature is day and night?
Really good question. So, um, So let's see here. So let's do the pressure first. So it says the pressure is roughly 90 to 93 times greater in Venus's atmosphere.
Okay, so things would
Um,
be huge buoyant there.
yeah, but that type of pressure, if you're not in something that's really built for it, you can easily get crushed pretty much.
Okay, how deep in the ocean is 96 Earth atmospheres?
That's actually a pretty good question.
Thanks. I like good questions.
How deep in the ocean is
It,
90 Earth atmospheres?
how many did you say? 96? 93? What did you say?
900 meters.
900 meters.
Yes.
Okay, well, humans dive to 900 meters.
Yeah, but the typical human is, you know, it'll be very difficult.
I mean,
Um,
from what I understand, with extreme technology help. Or maybe
yeah.
that's just a movie.
I mean,
I don't know.
you just have to be in a
900 meters.
pressurized
Maybe
suit.
not. Yeah, maybe a depressurizing suit.
Yeah. All right. So we got pressure out the way. Let's look at temperature.
Yeah, day and night temperature, that would be important.
Day and night.
Then we have to do all these questions about Mars.
Interesting.
I mean, I
So
like
on
that things
Venus,
would be buoyant. That's pretty convenient, actually.
let's see here. It says on Venus, the average temperature is roughly the same both day and night. So that's going to be around
Because the atmosphere is
460.
so thick.
Yeah, it has a thick
Makes
atmosphere,
sense to me. Okay, keep going.
hence the
And what is
pressure.
that?
Yeah.
What is that approximate temperature?
It is 860 degrees Fahrenheit.
860. Okay,
Yes,
that's not just warm.
that is melt lead warm.
That is, put it in a special baggie and put it outdoors. Bring your fully cooked turkey back in 30 minutes.
Yep. Um,
Okay.
versus Earth, which is basically 15 degrees Celsius or
Yeah.
59 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah. Something like that. Yeah.
Um, Also, it rotates very slowly there on Venus
When you say rotates, you mean around the sun or on its axis?
on its axis. A day
And how
on
long is a day?
Venus. Let's see here. So a day on Venus is significantly longer than a day on Earth, lasting around 243 Earth days.
243 days to get around.
Yes.
Okay. So
So it
that's
rotates
it's
very
been a
slowly.
hard day's night, and I've been working like a dog. Anyway, those are some long nights
Yes.
and long days.
Um, which is, depending on how you approach it, is not necessarily a bad thing. At least it's not
No.
chaotic.
Well, yeah. Mercury's day is longer than its year.
Yes.
Oh, well, that was no fun because you already knew it. But anyway, moving
I
on then.
actually checked Mercury first.
I
Okay.
don't know. Those are some pretty extreme temperatures, day and night, lack of atmosphere. At least Venus is something stable. You could like plan for it, and it's not. I mean, it's to an extreme, but it's only one extreme.
Yeah. The main issue on Venus is also its biggest benefit, which is the heat. The heat.
Yes, that is several times the temperature of boiling water. I'm sure we could take advantage of steam as a power source just because of the natural air temperature.
Exactly. Um, it takes 222 Earth days for it to go around the sun. So its
Yeah,
days are longer, but its year is shorter.
correct. At 365.250138888 days per year on Earth.
Yep. Yep. Now let's look at weather.
Weather or what?
The weather on Venus. Venus has an
Whether
atmosphere.
on Venus or somewhere else. I thought that's what
Yeah.
we were talking about.
Yeah. Weather on Venus
Or
versus.
Mars. Right. That's because when you say weather, you have to make a comparative.
Yeah.
I'm just
Let's see
playing with
here.
words here. Don't take it serious.
All right.
Serious is
So.
place in outer space.
All right. So the surface pressure. Okay, we know that. It says that the winds can reach up to 100 meters per second on a cloud level, but that doesn't say anything about like the ground level.
Yeah, well, I'd be more interested in what it does at surface level, and
Yeah.
and say up to like 300 feet in the air.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't see anything here. Now, here's the interesting thing. So it says Venus's atmosphere is 96.5% carbon dioxide and
Okay.
3.5% nitrogen. So
Three
it's
point.
at,
This is very
yeah,
good for plants. It's way
yeah.
too damn hot for plants, but okay.
So again, but all of that is like usable material.
Yes, it is.
Now it says here that Venus has a magnetic field, but it's much weaker than the Earth's and offers not as much protection.
From solar radiation, etc.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it's because
Also, not
yeah,
as much protection from things like solar ejecta, CMEs,
yep.
general space radiation, or
It'll
solar winds.
no, it's not. It's not that weak. Let's see here. So it doesn't have um um any liquid water on the surface, uh,
That's
and it
because
has
it would be evaporated
yeah. And there's also sulfuric acid in the atmosphere. Okay.
um,
All right. Now let's look at Mars. All right.
Sulfuric acid could be used to produce gases when certain metals are introduced.
Introduced. Yep. All right. So what's the first thing we checked for Mars? We checked the atmospheric pressure.
Oh, let's start at the top and work our way down. Orbit around the sun, one rotation on its axis, atmospheric pressure, winds, temperature. All
Okay.
of those, I think, are pretty deciding factors in something like terraforming.
Yeah. Let's see here. So it says it takes Mars 687 Earth days to make its rotation around the sun.
Yep, that sounds right. I remember looking that up one time.
Let's see here. Its seasons are longer because of its longer rotation. And it says here, a day on Mars, which is called a sol, is 24 hours and 39 minutes, which is slightly longer than an Earth day. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so now let's look at the atmosphere.
Been meaning to ask, what does Hotep mean? Peace and respect, El Perro.
Idea.
It sounds Egyptian, but
I
I
know
don't know.
that. I have no idea what it means. Woof. So it says Mars's atmosphere is extremely thin, with a surface pressure of less than 1% of the Earth's sea level pressure.
Less than 1%,
Jeez.
which is like, oh, just ignore it.
Yeah. It's 100 times thinner. Okay.
Yeah, less than
Which is
1% would be 1/100th, or less than 1/100th. Yeah.
yeah, which is not surprising. It is smaller than Earth. It has less
I got
mass.
so many problems with some scientific assumptions like what you just quoted.
What, that it has less mass?
And that the mass is what's holding the atmosphere there.
Okay. I mean, it could be other things, but um
I
all
mean,
right,
it could
let's
be
see
helping,
here.
as far as I understand, but there's problems.
So let's see here. Its atmosphere is mainly composed of carbon dioxide instead of nitrogen and oxygen, and it's at low pressures.
No,
So
you
it
said
is
nitrogen and carbon dioxide, not
no, no,
nitrogen and oxygen.
no. It says carbon dioxide.
Concerning
It
Venus,
no,
it was
yeah,
it was mostly carbon dioxide and
yeah. Mars is also carbon dioxide.
okay.
Atmospheric
Peace and respect,
makeup.
air bond. Uh,
Yeah.
how'd you know I was in the bathroom right now? I had my mic off and everything. The camera's off too.
All right, let's check the average temperature. Average temperature on Mars compared to Earth. Gee. So
It's colder.
very
I remember that much.
it's negative 65 degrees Celsius or
Celsius.
85, yeah, or negative 85 Fahrenheit for the Yankees out there.
Yeah. Well, that's a pretty chill planet.
Yeah, it's very cold. Um, let's see it. Well, let's see if there's any volcanic activity that goes on there. Let's see volcanic.
All I remember seeing, of course, there's always the mystery of Valles Marineris. which there's a theory on, which I'm leaning toward.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, negative 85 is a wee bit chilly. Just a wee bit.
So even if we got there and we want to use thermal energy, the last or the most recent
See, but our technology works fairly well with extreme differentials in temperature compared to what's here.
yeah.
Like, think of the efficiency of a heating unit or a cooling unit in like a heat exchanger kind of a configuration using some kind of refrigerant in extreme temperatures like you would find on either one of these planets.
Yeah, the only problem that I have with Mars is, okay, where am I going to get like a really good and efficient source of energy?
Yeah, I
It's,
know.
it's far,
That's
it's very far away from the sun,
yeah.
right? There's not a lot of,
But if you put up a solar panel, it's in outer space.
yeah, but that far away, you'll get more energy closer. You'll
Well,
probably
yeah,
even do
I
better if
understand
you're on the
radiation
moon.
spreads out as it goes away from the source. I get that part. All forms of radiation do.
Yeah.
And of course, if we had a solar collector on the moon, it would collect more energy than it would on Mars from the sun. That would, of course, be true.
Yep. So I don't know, man. I don't like Mars. I'm anti-Martian. But the last volcanic eruption took place approximately 53,000 years ago.
Okay, we do not know that, and I hate statements like that, but let's go on.
They said around.
That's a bullcrap answer. They shouldn't even propose ideas like that.
Okay. So, yeah, Mars is not sounding like a very good candidate right now.
Do you think they're just blowing smoke up everyone's butt to filter money through some kind of a laundering service?
Nah. I think um m- as someone who at least knows two people who works in the field, they do have a lot of instruments that could help them to get this information. And of course, um, you know, they don't they don't see it as like settled data, right?
Right.
Because one, we're far away, and two, like it's different when you measure things indirectly versus directly. When you measure things more directly, you get more details. But we do
Yes, of
have
course.
rovers on Mars and stuff like that gives us a lot of like,
See, see,
close data.
it's the dollar vote.
I know, bro. I know, and it sucks.
We've already put measuring devices all over the place and like taken lots of good pictures. And Robin Webster wrote, "Geology is an actual field of study." Now, Robin didn't have the punctuation that indicated that I should read it that way, but I thought that was in the spirit of the writing. Yes, in my opinion, geology is an actual field of study. So is lesbian dance theory. That's an actual field of study too. Not sure how useful it is. Peace and respect and welcome, Iden Braden, Elohim risen Christ.
Yeah, I don't know,
Yeah,
bro.
lesbian
Mars is
dance
not
theory is
looking
not a
good.
science, that's true, but it is a field of study. Okay, so Robin, the problem that I have with a lot of theories based on theories based on theories, which is about where we're at on many of these things, is how many times in geology, like a volcanic tuff was said to be something like 420 million years old, And then an excavation, we found human bones under it, and then it got really, really changed in age. Like really, really, like not a little bit, and stuff like that. And I see it all over the place. And well, we are really good at making money from geology. That is true because
Yeah, right.
there's money in it, and we lack money. We're the whole earth is filled with Mr. Krabs. I like money.
You see, when they how
No, I
how
don't think that this is a straw man in my position. The word Mayim means people. It got translated to waters, but it actually refers to relationship between human beings. And no, Christians don't look that up and read it, but the Jews generally know. Go ahead, sir.
that was I was gonna say that I one of the things with science at the end of the day is that it doesn't matter what you discover. It'll mainly receive a lot of funding if it's useful. If it's
Well, that's not the
useful,
only reason. I mean, what do you mean by useful?
well, can you take it to the market and make money from it? Can it be used in a practical way? Can it
No,
be
not always.
manufactured? Yeah, so
That's not the way things are useful. Sometimes, like the Carnegie Mellon Institute, which funds some, I can't remember, 60% or more by themselves of all scientific discovery and funding within the United States. It is a self-confirming feedback loop where they only fund things that are going to confirm what they think in materialism. They're not going to fund something else. Why? Well, it's not that biased, really. It's just they don't believe the other stuff exists.
I mean, what do you mean when you say they don't believe the other stuff exists?
Like they think that well they're very materialistic. So you can't get Carnegie Mellon funding for something like human empathetic understanding. They're not going to fund a study for something like that. They think the brain is stuck inside the head, and it doesn't in any way project outside of the brain. So
Okay,
they
that's
wouldn't
fair.
fund something like that.
Because they wouldn't make any money.
Well, yeah, but the money that sort of thing makes is a self confirmation feedback loop. Uh, I mean, that's just flawed thinking.
I mean, I think one of the major problems right now in terms of like how money is being spent is there's a lot of scientists focusing their research on a lot of theories and ideas where there is no practical means of verifying them. For example, string theory. Like there is a lot of peer-reviewed papers
There sure
on
is.
string theory, and there's a
Sure, or
bunch
brain
of
theory
different
or any of the
types,
rest of them.
but everyone is kind of just using that as an example because it's supposed to be um, a theory of everything combining classical with quantum, right? Um, but it just doesn't work, and there's no actual experimental data, nothing really. It's really just people playing with maths at the end of the day. So,
Well, I can see the
that's
value in it eventually, of what is the best theory and makes best sense in reality, especially if it ends up having predictive power. I can value that.
yeah,
And
but what's
even
valuable
the
in just
hypotheticals that can lead to that, I can value those.
but what's the point in coming up and just doing a bunch of maths, but there's no actual way to experiment to verify it? Why
Yeah,
not
that's
just
where I
put the
think it's a little.
resources?
That's where I agree with you that it's a little bit extraneous or unnecessary. Robin Webster. Okay. In reverse order. How did you become a mod? First, you entered something in my chat. Then I left clicked on it, and it brought up a drop down list where I could ban you from the channel or make you a special mod, a controlling mod, or make you a regular mod. And then I selected for regular mod. And then I hit enter. That's how. Which does not, and it's a very scientific answer. It doesn't tell why at all. It just tells you what is. I did not say minds existing outside of brains. No. I said minds extending outside of brains. Just like right now, you've been sharing your mind with me, and I've been sharing my mind with you through an non-material thing that we call language. Yes, there's nothing materialistic about language. It's absolutely all immaterial construct. They're widely varied. There's lots of forms of them, different kinds of communication, different carriers. Like right now, pixels on a screen are the carrier of what you're thinking and what I'm trying to respond with. But there's nothing material in your brain. Like for instance, if I cut open your brain, I'm not going to find the word evidence. I'm not going to find that. I'm not going to find the word materialistic in your brain. It's not there. Okay? So that's what I'm talking about. Our minds extend outside of our brains every day, just in common conversation. I am such a rude host. I am Batman. Let's go back to the actual topic where we're talking about which is more practical. The terraforming of this earth a pretty long time ago, but not that long ago, or our eventuality of terraforming another planet, Mars or Venus. Oh, I'm sorry, this Earth
So,
wasn't included in it.
so if you were to ask me, I think a lot of that technology and effort we put into building that technology should be more so focused on managing Earth's resources, and you know, making that all of these different societies, people are able to be fed and educated, so we'll be able to, at least if we fix the problems here, basically, right? I think it'll actually be much easier for us to focus on developing any pieces of technology to explore space. Right. I think a lot of our limitation is that right now, any idea of, going to space or, or living in space, a lot of it is kind of focused on making money, even though, yes, we send stuff out into space for research purposes. But at the end of the day, the second, you know, let's say we send out a probe that's specifically set up to detect, gold or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we find, like a little patch of asteroids with a lot of gold. Best know we're gonna put together, some piece of tech to go and collect that gold.
Mm-hmm.
So it's, half the time it's really not about money. It's really just us deciding to do something and just kind of doing it.
That's why I'm saying the human vote matters. Okay. Gold is heavy. It's one of the heaviest metals on this planet. This planet has been volcanically active long enough that most of the heavy stuff must be near the core. The largest amount of gold on this planet is likely in the core of the planet. Why don't we invent a great big giant straw? Because you can't get people to agree to try that.
I mean, it's probably it's. I mean, it's
I'm not sure we have a
very.
metal heavy enough. If we could drill deep enough. I just don't have a lot of confidence in it. But by golly, that's where all the gold would be here.
I don't know, man, because it's very hot and the pressure down there is like really, really, really high.
Yeah, I know. That's why people won't try. But if that was
Yeah.
our effort from the start, we probably would have done it. And or um, gee, Zachariah Sitchin, you're stupid. Either one. Science has no method to study non-materialistic things. That's not true. Scientific method on materialism has no way to study non-material things. That would be
What does
true.
she, what does she
It's
mean
not the
by
only
non?
science, you know.
What does she mean by non-materialistic things?
She said there's no such thing as psychology.
Oh, okay.
I argue there is psychology. I think she's wrong.
So, but when people say like non-materialistic
I
things, do
left
you
my
think
phone at
that
work generally. Sorry. I was going to call you. I thought about it. What's that?
when I'm just trying to understand what she means by like non-materialistic thing. She's saying that every single thing that exists in the universe is a material, as in like we can like
Gosh, I
grab
hope
it
not,
and
because she's using an immaterial construct to communicate. So I hope she doesn't believe that. Peace and respect, Geo Geo. How's ya? Well, actually, not just Russia tried it. Just about everybody tried it who had money and people.
yeah, Russia dug the forest or
No, no,
deepest,
no,
what I
no.
remember.
Psychology is not about the brain. Brain chemistry is about the brain. Psychology is about the way the brain operates experientially. Psychology is not chemistry. That's not true. There's no such thing as supernatural things. Wait,
There
Odin,
is?
do you believe in supernatural things? I don't.
Come on, what's the term that we came up with the last stream?
Hypernatural.
There you go.
There is hypernatural, sure, things we haven't figured out yet. Sure, I mean, obviously. Peace and respect, Karma's helper. We're talking about terraforming Mars versus Venus, and since I know nothing about it anyway, I'm just asking occasional questions that I think might matter. Most of them really don't, and then just goofing off. This is my goof off day. Hope you guys have a good time goofing off with me.
By the way, Big Bad Mama, just in case you didn't see the first part of the video, this conversation stemmed from the conversation between you, Mark, and Aiden when
Oh, that is
they were
BBM. I
talking
forgot. Yeah.
about, yeah, you guys were discussing terraforming Venus or Mars or focusing our efforts on Earth.
Yep.
I,
That
I,
conversation.
yep, I said that even though I think Aiden won that debate, right? I largely agree with you, right? I think we should focus most of our efforts here first and foremost versus looking up in the sky. But that's just me.
Wait, Geo, maybe I took out of context. Hey, guys, people, humans, please, when you write something in text, could you put some kind of hint as to what you're talking about? Russia tried it. See, but actually, the truth of the matter is when I say something, you hear it like 4 to 10 seconds after I said it. So then your comment comes up, and I read the comment, and it's already it's like the speed of sound. By the time you can respond, I'm already on a different topic, probably. So Russia tried what? Drilling to the core of the planet? Is that what they tried? Maybe I commented on the wrong thing, Geo. I'm sorry if I did.
Yeah, I think that's what he's referring to.
Oh, look, Dove and Karma's helper are here. Thanks, guys. Thanks for dropping by.
So do you think it's just really a matter of reprogramming the public to kind of change your
Yes,
mind on the Mars thing?
yes, we need a Venus promo. Yeah, on like a global scale, or at least to the developed world, the money people.
Okay, so I guess the question is then, right, like what's there on Venus, that's valuable that could be mined? I think that's
Oh my gosh, just the
yeah.
gases in the atmosphere. I mean, obvious answer, real quick and ugly. Send a compressor and and tanks for it to fill.
Yeah, that's one thing. But yeah, I don't know. I think I've never really looked into like what valuable metals or material that's on the surface, or buried below the surface. But I
See,
think
this
that
is the kind of thing we have not drilled into the planet Mercury. We do not know there's 6 miles of diamonds there. This is the kind of thing science says. Okay, so this is a theory based on a theory, based on a theory. First of all, what's the initial theory? Has it been proven? What's the secondary theory? Has it been proven? Now we're in a tertiary theory that's also not proven. We can say that there's a lot of iron on the surface of Mercury. We can say what the temperatures are, what the magnetosphere is. We've measured all that stuff, how thick's the atmosphere, blah, blah, blah. We can say all that stuff. We can't say something like there's 6 miles of diamonds. After all, we wouldn't know the difference between 1 foot of diamonds and 6 miles of diamonds without drilling. Now, would we?
actually there's a video. You just respond to the comments for a second. I'm gonna see if I can find a video that we can watch that actually kind of addresses the this issue. Let's see here.
Okay, Nunya, I love you, but I have no idea what you're trying to get at right there. Just no idea. I can't sort that out.
Nenya's probably just beating her heads about the old Mosaic laws again. Love you, bro. So, are you
I
saying
was
that?
not using the word theory in a colloquial sense. I meant literally it's a theory based on a theory based on a theory. Meaning it's the best science can do based on the best science can do based on the best science can do. I'm not strawmanning it. Quit calling me a Christian, Robin. It's offensive. Stop it. You've done that twice tonight. Oh, then the flood did it. Stop that.
I
Don't
think maybe she's
strawman me.
teasing.
Don't do it. I'm a huge fan of the sciences. I love the hard sciences. And I'm a bit of a fan of the soft sciences too.
But the science for softies.
No, soft sciences, they're the non-hard. Psychology is a soft science.
No, I know. I was just trolling.
Like you can't put human experience under a microscope and say, "Oh, look, emotion A is right here. Let me just cut that off and separate it." You can't say that.
It's a it's the soft science only exists because because real scientists actually go out and do experiments and stuff.
It's okay, Robin. I'm not actually frustrated or anything. I'm really quite at peace. I'm just trying to have fun. And I don't mind if people load the baggage onto me when I say I'm a Christian. After all, it's my fault. I labeled myself, right?
So what if you're a Christian? Is that some kind of insult?
Yeah, it would be if it was some kind of standard Christianity that can't make sense in reality and is self-defeating and against the Bible. Sure, that's an insult.
I don't know. I don't see how it's pejorative.
Well, let's
Not
talk
unless,
about that for a
not
second.
unless, not unless you're, because again, I'm sure she'll agree that there are like many different flavors of Christianity,
No,
right?
I personally think it's a pejorative, and here's why: God is love. Love drowns innocent people. I'm sorry. How the hell did anybody ever say that? It's insulting to even get that far. It's just insanity.
I mean, Sure, but wouldn't you? I think most Christians would probably look at that as being a straw man of God, because that is like
How?
not the only thing that he says that he is. Like, he doesn't say that
Okay,
he's
then what
only
about
that.
justice?
Yeah.
What about long suffering?
Yeah, so he's
I mean,
multiple.
we could take every statement about God in the Bible and compare it to how Christians read the flood narrative, and it will conflict. It will.
I mean, how would so let's go to justice. How would justice conflict?
You see this. This is called mental gymnastics. They weren't innocent. Depends on your definition of innocent.
Okay.
And aside from that, the innocence is not the greatest factor here. The question is, could God have logically done within his power something else that have worked just as good or better, perhaps saved them from their sinful living, from their disease-ridden, murderous whatever, without sacrificing innocent? Okay, does everyone here disagree with collateral damage in war? Everybody, anybody? At least the Christians think that's wrong? Please, Christians, tell me you think collateral damage in a war is wrong. Please. Because if you don't think that's sad and wrong and against God, you and I need to talk about your God. Because
Yeah, I
your
mean,
reading of the flood narrative allows for much collateral damage, like huge amounts, like the worst ever, ever, ever by a lot.
yeah, I mean, I guess it depends, right? Because at the end of the day, they could any Christian could argue and say, well, they're all guilty anyways, right? And so at the end of the day, that judgment, right? There would technically be no collateral damage. If there would be any collateral damage, is if he decided to kick Noah off the boat and kill Noah, because Noah was supposed to be like the only righteous human. Damn, where's this video? He was supposed to be the only righteous person, at least him and his family.
Come on in, baby, take your shoes off. Come on in. Welcome, Hillary's emails.
Well, thank you.
Drill to the.
You were talking about the gold. I don't think that gold is very deep in our Earth's core. I think that the way the planet formed, it was mainly iron and nickel and stuff like that, and that the gold is a later addition from meteors and such, and that it is like upheavals in the tectonic plates that push it up into the mountains.
I think a completely different thing happened based
Okay.
on electromagnetic theory and Bible theory. Um,
Well, then
and
I defer to you then because I saw mine in a vid, so I'm just totally going third hand. I don't have any reason to
no,
believe.
but I'm not saying that's a horrible theory. That's a good explanation if you don't have dominant electromagnetism, magnetism, and terraforming. If you don't have those things, that's a really good answer.
Okay.
Generally specific. He did try and save them. He sent Noah, and they ignored him. Collateral damage to me is a bit of the rain falls on the just and the unjust alike. The potter doesn't need permission to destroy the clay pot. Yes, yes, and yes. And I consider all of that mental gymnastics. Here's why. If there were something within God's power to do, that would have been logically plausible, and God would be able to do it, and it would have had a justifying effect, and I mean like biblical justifying, as in Christ's vicarious redemption applies here, kind of effect on the people, then that should have been done instead. After all, Satan wins when we are not reformed, but die unreformed, according to most Christians. And welcome, Generally Specific and Jamie Russell. Jamie got here first, sharing screen. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Thank you. So I'll just read this and then we can talk about it. But so Peter is warning him through the gospel message after Jesus ascends to heaven. The idea is here. He says, hang with me for a second.
He did not. I don't
Yeah,
remember reading that
Jesus
anywhere.
did not say hang with me. Come
You're
on.
so full of crap. Well, no,
Hang out.
he did say, he said, tarry with me and pray. I mean, that's as close as you're going to get anywhere in any scripture.
Shit.
That was in the Garden of Gethsemane. He was referring to the apostles. They fell asleep, by the way.
Yeah.
No, Peter said, "Hey, I'm saying, hang with me. Finally,
okay.
all of you be
Sorry.
of one mind, having compassion for one another, love as brothers, be tenderhearted, be courteous, not returning evil for evil, or reviling for reviling. But on the contrary, blessing, knowing that you are called to this, that you may inherit a blessing. For he who would love life and see good days, let him refrain his tongue from evil and his lips from speaking deceit. Let him turn from evil and do good. Let him seek peace and pursue it, for the eyes of the Lord are on the righteous, and his ears are open in their prayers, but the face of the Lord is against those who do evil. And who is
Amen.
he who will harm you if you become followers of what is good? But even if you should suffer for righteousness' sake, you are blessed, and do not be afraid of their threats, nor be troubled, but sanctify the Lord in your heart. Always be ready to give an answer or defense to those who give a reason for the hope that's in you, etc., etc. Okay, here's the important part. For Christ suffered once for sins.
Oh, good. You got to an important part of the Bible.
But that's just okay, so
that was
yes.
sarcasm. I think all of us.
For Christ suffered once for sins, the just for the unjust, that he might bring us to God, being put to death in the flesh, but the part people skip here, but made alive by the Spirit. Okay, being put to death in the flesh, but made alive in the Spirit. By whom? Who? By the living Spirit that made him alive again. He went and preached to the spirits in prison, not ghosts in hell, but people, the same Spirit that was in Christ that rose him from the dead, that Paul says, if it's in you, it'll also rise you from the dead. If the Spirit of God dwells in you, it will raise you in your mortal body. By whom also he went and preached to the Spirit.
By Jamie Russell. I need you to tie this back into the actual conversation, because
right here.
Now, it sounds like you're talking about something that happened, I don't know where or when, but not here.
Right here. We're right there. By whom also he preached to the spirits in prison. This is not dead people in hell. This is the people. Now, this is the point. Who were formerly disobedient when once the divine, you asked for God being, what about God being long suffering? When once the divine long suffering waited in the days of Noah, when? While the ark was being prepared, in which a few, that is 8 souls, were saved through water. So God was long suffering in the days of Noah, while the ark was being prepared, when God was preaching to the spirits in prison, to the devil, in captive to their sin and evil. He preached to them through Noah by that same Spirit that rose Jesus from the dead.
Okay, fair enough. Do you agree with me that long suffering is a comparative statement?
The long suffering is the disposition of God towards evil people who were being preached to repent during the time of Noah while the ark was being prepared.
Okay, do you think that long suffering is comparative, like compared to not being long suffering at all?
Yeah, I think is what Peter has in mind is that Methuselah didn't die until God didn't send the flood until Methuselah died, and he had afforded Methuselah more years of life than any other man. And so he's getting that from the literal meaning of Methuselah's name. That is, at his death it will come. And it did. If you do the math, the flood came the year Methuselah died, and he was afforded more
Christians,
years of life.
all the names matter. Look them up.
Yeah. And so the long suffering is a direct derivative of the fact that Methuselah's name means the flood wouldn't come until he dies, and he's afforded more years of life than anyone else. I think that's a direct,
which in itself
proof.
Is a prophecy. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So I'm going to just say it as an assertion. The word long suffering here is compared to something. Okay. What's it compared to? Immediate action. That's what it's compared to. Okay. Did God immediately act while the ark was being built? Nope. Did not. He was long suffering. That's not the question. The question is, would it be within his power, and would it be logically plausible for him to have been more long suffering? That's my question.
Sure.
Okay, then everything was not done that could be. That's my point. In the Christian reading frame, the way they're reading this, everything was not done that could have been. And that is just obvious.
So where does it say that everything that could have been done should have been done? Otherwise, it's not love.
Well, it depends on first of all, your definition of love. I mean, it's a good point, and welcome, generally specific. Yeah, it would depend on your definition of love, but I think the Bible expounds on this idea a lot, in that what is love is not an emotion, but acting in what is perfectly appropriate at the time, at all times. I think that's what love is biblically.
Okay, so if my child continuously disobeys, at some point in time, some level of severity, no matter what the gradient is, needs to be applied from what I was doing in order to get that child's attention to stop doing a behavior that I don't approve of. Now, when you couple free will, to go against the free will of people to do what they choose to do, and it seems to me that the Old Testament is what we're kind of talking about here. The Old Testament, God could basically smash the pottery anytime he felt like it. And who's to question whether that's love or not, based on a characteristic, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're reading smash there a certain way.
Well, the way that I'm saying smash is as if, well, it's just, we are the vessel, we are the pottery. Please.
Yeah, broken to shivers, you're reading a certain way.
Okay.
Okay, and if we read that as love, then that's what we should do to our kids too, right? If we love them, we'll just smash them whenever we want.
Well, spare the rod.
Well, smash them when necessary. A rod like a fathom and an acre.
It's wisdom. I got it. It's giving them the knowledge. He gave them the knowledge with Noah.
No,
and they chose to ignore and not repent.
No, he didn't give them the wisdom. He gave them a warning and he gave them a sign, and they obviously did not have the wisdom, because people with wisdom make perfect decisions.
I said knowledge. Wisdom is
knowledge. Right, accuse you of being a bleeding heart liberal.
He gave them the knowledge that trouble was coming if they don't stop doing what they're doing.
Just not the wisdom to believe it.
Well, wisdom is knowledge well applied. If you tell me not to stick my hand on a burner because it will burn my hand and I don't listen, you would say that was unwise of me.
Now, generally, I would not commit the fallacy of pointing out that every comparison, every parable has some failing point. And if it weren't having a failing point, then it would be the exact thing that was spoken of in the first place, and it wouldn't be an example at all. And I'm not dinging you for that, okay?
It's fine.
But the problem is that no matter what scenario we build to give an example, my objection is still going to stand, that within the Christian paradigm, God is able to do all things. If God is able to do all things, even things irrational, and if it is true that atheists do not want end times, then it is against the will of atheists that end times should happen. So I can conclude that God already plans to defeat the will of mankind. It's part of the major theme in the Bible, in the book of Revelation. So we have no reason to believe that God is doing all of this in preservation of free will of mankind.
I don't want to hog all the oxygen, but I'll just throw this out there, and we can come back to it or ignore it. But free will is not devoid of consequence or reward, and I'll just leave it at that.
It's a truism.
Yeah, I mean, the situations where you see God destroy is typically when he has given multiple warnings and no one listens, and it's typically when not necessarily that people are even sinning against him, it's when they're sinning against each other. When I say sin, I don't mean like personal feelings. They were treating each other like garbage in a really, in a detestable way. So I can't imagine where he is, he clearly shows remorse or regret. Some people would say regret that he had made man, based on what he was at least observing, that caused him to say, you know what, these particular group of people, I can't have them around. It's probably the way how I look at it is, if you are just, right, then it's best to just put them out of their misery, as far as I'm concerned.
Oh my
If
God, that
they're
was
going to be
vicious.
destroying you.
To
That's my
Hedera,
view too. That's my view. That's my view. There's a
peace
point
and
where
respect to Hedera. Is this a prayer meeting or Bible study? Yeah, sorta. Except I'm going to say things that you've never heard anybody espouse because I'm not trying to be special. It's just that I was shown how to read this thing as an atheist, and it doesn't read as the Christians claim it does. Peace and respect, XO.
he just is special. That's just how it is.
Yeah.
Well, I agree.
No,
I agree with.
I really
Ryan
wasn't
Batman.
aiming to make these conversations. I really was not. Peace and respect, Pope Socks.
Can I just say, I think you can. It's easy to logically consider the fact that there could be a point where people become evil to such a respect that it would be less merciful to let them continue if you have some sort of, giving them
I didn't
dominion.
suggest that it should be let continue, but I'd have to say that it's continuous till today. And no, I don't think it should be continuing forever. And I think that's why there's end times and the end of this planet. And I think that's evidently in the plan. But my point is that if it is logically plausible for the Father to send the angels and conduct end times, and it seems that's in the story, unless someone disagrees with me, then that decision is to be made by the Father at any given time. Now, we could talk all day on what parameters the Father may have or may not have set in order to make that decision, or if that decision was set from the beginnings of the earth, and all that might be interesting, but we won't find very much on it in the Bible. I know that for sure. But if it's true that it's logically possible to have heaven's interruption and defeat of human perceived or actual free will, and that's an obvious part of the plan, and that we are evil as in the days of Noah, then evidently it seems to me that should be done, and that is plausible to do.
To be fair, heaven, part of the reason why things went batshit crazy, as some people would use, is because heaven, the Watchers, interfered with humanity and what's the word I'm looking for? Exacerbate this whole situation.
It's actually exacerbate.
Thank you.
You're
I
welcome.
suck at words right now.
Not
Okay.
that communication didn't happen, or I wouldn't have known what word you meant. McDilligaff, you, like others who can be rational, are welcome to come on. The link is at the top of the chat.
So I think because even I know some of you do not consider these books to be canon. Not that you need to; it's just DLC content. But if you do read First Enoch, it goes into more details as to why the flood happened, and it wasn't only just humans who got punished. It was also the same Watchers, folks from heaven, and I guess their offspring, if you hold that, they actually had offspring.
Nephilim.
That got
Robin
destroyed.
Webster, have a good night, and Dove F73, thank you. Okay, so bad news, my brother Batman. There were Nephilim in the world in those days and after that. And
Yeah,
they never went
denying that.
away. They never went away. The flood can't have been for that reason.
No,
Because if it was, it didn't work.
No, I'm not saying I don't even hold to a global flood. And the Bible doesn't deny, obviously, it doesn't deny that Nephilim or their descendants or whatever still existed after,
Yeah,
right? I'm
it
not
doesn't
denying
only not deny it; it directly espouses it. So yeah, it's the opposite of a denial. It's a confirmation.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that it wasn't just human behavior that caused all of that. What happened?
Hedera, you're obviously new to this channel. I would invite you anytime. I would dedicate a show to you personally, because every brain is different, for you to back up this very, very hollow trope you wrote, which you cannot show, where I can give good evidence to the very opposite thing.
But so I think in regards to justice being being one of God's traits, right? I think he would obviously be compelled after a certain amount of time to basically prevent humans from destroying themselves, right? Or causing like an insane amount of suffering. Because that seems to be the times when God really intervenes, is whenever humans are dealing out a ton of suffering towards each other to an extent where
And it's
he
better
gets
to be late than never arrive. It's SFB Mod. Welcome, Joel.
Hello. Hello. Yeah, it took us a while to get set up and things. How you guys doing?
Life.
good. Nice to see you.
Good to see you, Joel.
Yeah, I'm here with my lovely young Filipino wife, Donna.
Hello, Donna.
Hello,
Everyone
Donna.
say hi, Donna.
Hey, Donna.
She's very shy.
Oh, she's got a very nice voice, and please tell her if she
Oh my
couldn't hear
gosh.
that. Peace and respect, Morning Mist.
Hey, what's up,
Thank
baby?
you.
That was to my wife, by the way, not to your lovely.
Yes, Morning Mist is GS and Morning Mist are espoused and have been for quite some time.
I was like,
They've been
Joel's
espoused
about.
longer than it takes to make an adult.
I thought Joel might come through the monitor there for a second. Like, I want to make sure I clarified that.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Old army
Hey,
dogs.
baby, Snookums, honey bunches of oats. Yeah, better be to yours. Anyway, Batman
Little Jimmy,
subrise so we can argue about it.
I think it's pretty plain that whenever God destroys, he destroys for the purposes of enacting justice and while at the same time sparing others from injustices. And this is not just limited to just people who are outside of his quote unquote chosen people, as some people call them, the Hebrews. He absolutely destroys them or removes them from the land under multiple situations.
Oh my gosh. Yeah,
Yes.
I get the idea. I get the idea.
Yeah,
Okay,
because of their
standard
behavior.
Christian prejudice and hatred based in the idea that God made children whom he hates. Yeah, I get it.
No. It's not about that, right?
Oh, that he let Satan corrupt them until he hates them.
No, right? Because at the end of the day, for example, whenever they engaged in child sacrifice, for example, something that
we're doing that right now. In record-breaking numbers, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, have you ever poured salt into an open wound? Because babies, pretty much on all of their skin, they don't have a dead layer, and their whole body is like an open wound while they're in the womb. So what would happen if you took a salt-saturated solution and you injected it into the placenta and there's a living infant in there? Just what would they experience? Well, I think fire and the fact that they come out toasted black, like overdone toast, like a piece of charcoal. And I think that calling that death by fire and sacrifice by fire is a pretty fair description. And saline injection is the most popular form of abortion on the planet today.
Yeah, it's a chemical acid bath fire.
That's
Literally.
right.
Yep.
So how do we know that's not what he's talking about is right now? Are you going, Jamie Russell? It's good to have you if you're going. If not, that's fine too.
Yeah, I have a stream set up, but good to talk to you, man. You should come over later if you can.
Yeah, I try to get over your place every time you go live. You're always making a statement and shutting down. I complained about it. You've been doing more live.
Yeah, right.
All of us have been having fun with your live streams. If you're not subscribed to Jamie Russell, please check him out at Jamie Russell Middle Earth. And why you do not have a link to your channel, and all of you for that matter, in the chat already, can only be your lack of caring for yourself.
All right.
Do it.
Because I certainly want you to do that.
Lol. Is that some
Yeah,
sort of
so-
reverse psychology tactic?
Yeah,
So
it's all about psychology to me.
So the problem is
It's very
is
cute.
that,
How do I sound, by the way, guys? I'm
You sound
I'm overseas
sexy
again for a week. Oh
and
my
a little
goodness.
bit white.
Only a little? Yeah.
Slightly white, but still pretty hot. Yeah.
Yeah. Donna might agree with you, but I meant qualities wise.
Oh, it's
Sound
fine.
quality.
Sound great.
All right.
Yeah.
You're in a good
It's-
mood
it's-
today, Richard.
I am. I'm just horsing around having a good time and
I know,
actually,
I love it.
mixing up a little bit of humor, but also saying what I think is true.
Very good. Yeah. Yeah, I got stories about my voice, but yeah. It's not what I was asking.
I've got stories about my voice too.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. All right, guys. Let's get back to the argument. That's more fun.
So we're talking about abortion in the Bible.
No, what I was
Oh, my God.
talking about is okay. So if it's as in the time of in the days of Noah at end times, and if the word mayim means human beings, and if the flood means a large amount of human beings, and if it's true today and it was never true before that there's a really large number of human beings on the earth, and that makes this the time of Noah, and if it's true that there will never again be the sound of a hammer, the sound of a bridesmaid, the sound of a grist mill on the earth after the end times, then it would be true, I will never flood the world again. Did you catch all that?
yeah.
So the
My
argument,
So,
main thought is, go ahead. We're all talking at once.
no,
No,
go
Batman's
Do I have
been
a delay,
rattling
by the
on
way?
like a. As long as old men sit and talk about the weather, as long as old women sit and talk about old men. Batman's been talking. Go ahead, Joel.
Oh, okay. Well, I was just curious if I have a delay as well.
Slight, but it's not horrible. Just speak.
All right. What was I trying to say? Oh, if it's not necessarily a dual message, purpose, whatever, but that I'm being reminded of the Revelations talking about how, as in the times of Noah, is that basically there was going to be a repetition, and that the end times was going to, one of the signs of the times supposedly was it was going to be like as bad or worse than it was during Noah's
That's
time.
correct, but it assumes historicity, which I don't. I mean, other than that,
Yeah.
that's perfect.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. The potential dual purpose of the message is it's got both a historic, factual, whatever you want to call it, archaeological, meaning to it, time frame, timeline, and all kinds of other metaphors.
Yeah, like it's an Old Testament foreshadowing of the end. Sure.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't think it was ever intended to be historically accurate.
Okay. I think there's some good sound evidence for it, but that's a whole other topic.
so if I were to put forward, and I think I've mentioned this before, but as a as a kind of reason for
Okay, sorry.
why
I'd like to say
God.
something funny.
Sorry, am I
Oh,
lagging?
I was only giggling because I thought you were going to say something funny. I apologize. Go ahead.
Oh, no, that's okay. So the interesting thing is, I've said this before, that paradoxically, that humans are the problem and the solution. So what do you do in certain situations? God created man, so we get mad that he created us. We get mad when he destroys us. We get mad because redemption is and salvation's easy. Redemption seems to be hard. And because it's hard and it gives us calluses and it gives us achy muscles spiritually, we kvetch and we complain and oy vey, and But the issue I'm having here is that, when I hear, if you do not love man, you don't love God. And I'm just thinking, really, God? Really? Why are you trying to make it really hard to love you? Because man, to include myself, we're just a bunch of knuckleheads. And I'm trying to, oh gosh, let me land this plane, because I'm kind of just babbling right now. How do you square it? How do you square the circle? How do you put that final jigsaw piece in, other than the fact that when my kid doesn't do something right, and I try to teach them the right way to do it, and I have patience, and to the long suffering we were talking about earlier, when they do finally get that thing right, how much more joy is in and pride, would be in me for my child. I'm not proud of myself, but I'm proud of my child for accomplishing or rising above a base nature of selfishness. Your mic is feedbacking big time, Joel. If you're not talking, if there's any way you could mute it, but go ahead. Now you can talk.
Feedbacking your voice or something else?
It's cutting off. I can hear it clipping like left and right. So.
Oh man, I'm sorry. You were obviously not finished, so please.
No, I'm finished. But it's just hard. It was just hard for me to hear myself think when it was clipping out. It's okay. I'm done now.
Yeah, if you can help me identify if there's a way to remedy it as well, let me know. There's background noise here.
You point it out to the host, and then he plays with settings while Joel does nothing, and that's pretty much how you fix that kind of thing. So as I work on your settings, please don't fix them.
All right. I don't know. That's what I'm worried about. I'm not sure what I could do. I'm on a cell phone. I think I actually haven't checked my settings yet. Audio. I'm on echo cancellation. I can adjust my mic volume. That's about it.
Well, I'd appreciate if you didn't do any of that, even though you are capable of it, because I can hear you and you can't.
Well, what I'm saying is, if there is something you guys can think I can do to help, let me know.
Thank you so much.
And I was going to offer a suggestion, Todd, was that I don't think God expects us to love our fellow man in order to love him. I think it's the opposite. I think I love God regardless of anything. Like I love my wife regardless of any other person. But I think that God does ask us, at least not demands, but maybe pseudo demands, that we at least see others as he does. And so that's the radical reformation, transformation, whatever you call it, that I and fellow Christians we tend to have. We start to love people that we otherwise would never love. We'd rather punch them in the face, slit their throat, whatever, because we see them through God's eyes. There's a meme I saw passing a white flower to somebody, suggesting to treat people as if Jesus died for them. So it's not, so it's not what they do. They don't deserve love.
Okay, pause right there. That's a good place to pause. Based Oracle, you just got here. Did you bring something to say, or are you waiting to catch in the conversation?
I'm just, the second part.
All right. GS, did you have anything to that?
Greetings.
Yeah, I put it in the chat. I believe it'd be 1 John 4:20. It's a New Living Translation. I don't know. I'm more of a New King James guy myself. I like the poetry of it, or even the King James. If someone says, I love God, but hates a fellow believer, now there's the key, a believer, that person is a liar. For if we don't love people, we can see how we love God whom we cannot see. So if we don't love people we can see, how can we love God whom we cannot see? So
yeah, I love that verse. I use it often whenever, especially when other Christians, are so hateful against other Christians. And I think that highlights that if you do love God, at least claim you do, you can't even see God. And God loves the person that you don't love or whatever, then
right, but that kind of goes against what you just said. You just counteracted that you don't think
Yeah.
God's telling
No, I
us that
know.
we have to love people, but I bring up a scripture that shows that that's indeed what he's saying.
Yeah, and I can get that, but I think it's more about talking about hypocrisy. Because if you hate people because they're, it's the same reason, because we're all the same. The Bible talks about how we're all sinners, we're all fall short. So God doesn't love us because we're better. So why should we hate somebody because they're crap? There's somebody else God's trying to help improve, I guess. You know what I mean? Just like us.
Huh?
So it's like a way of avoiding hypocrisy.
Somebody else that God is trying to improve. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
How do you know that?
God's always trying to help us all.
Where are you
Observation,
getting that?
science. And so
Observation and science?
Mhm.
So if a crackhead picks up a crack pipe, that's God trying to help him?
No. God
No?
tries to do
Oh,
things
it doesn't
keep the
apply to
crack pipe
that?
from existing.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the opposite. God's trying to help prevent the crack pipe from existing.
How
But
is
he
he
doesn't
doing that?
Forbid free will, so by
Okay, how
using
is he
guys like
doing
us
that?
to try to help encourage people to not hurt themselves.
Okay,
God doesn't
how
want to force
is he
us.
doing
Yeah.
that? How is he doing that? How is he doing that?
I just told you. By using good people to help stop people from hurting themselves.
So people
hands
aren't
and feet
doing
of
things
God.
upon their
That's
own
a-
volition. Look, don't red herring. If we're going to talk about a point, let's talk about a fucking point.
Yeah, most people don't. Like we were saying earlier, like I think it's Todd's point. There's a lot of people that we want to hate, right? Because we'd rather punch people in the face and slit their throat and pass them a pipe crack pipe, whatever. We'd rather hate people. It's a human nature. But if we truly love God and love Him the way He loves us, then we can see that and gain the love and understanding that He's trying to have. And so we all work together in the kingdom of God to try to improve each other's lives until the next life.
Okay, rewind. So you said that God is trying to do it through people. So therefore people don't have free will. They're just doing as God wants. Good people, as you
No,
put it.
see, that's no, I'm sorry, I apologize, but that's being stupid on purpose. So God has to use other people because of free will. We have to choose to, we beg God, please help lead us somewhere so we can help,
So
do
why
what
take
you
the
asked us
credit?
to do.
Okay, why take the credit away from said people for doing good things? Why do that?
There's
Yeah,
not.
why?
You don't take credit. That's the red herring. If you want to do your
No,
own good
you
thing,
just said
it's
that.
fine. But
okay, I don't think you know what a red herring is. But with that said,
yes, it is.
you're
It's a
taking
misdirect.
away credit from. Good God. You're taking away
No, I'm
credit
not.
from the
I'm not
people
taking any
and
credit.
asserting
I'm
it
not- I
to
never
God.
claimed credit.
You
That's
can't
your
even
straw
shut
man.
the fuck up for me to
I
ask
never
you the
claimed
question.
credit for anything
This dude.
because I want
All
to
right,
correct your
All right, you don't
language.
listen.
better.
We won't give you credit for
You're
listening because
lying.
you can't do that.
All right, gentlemen.
You're
All right,
destroying the conversation by putting words in my mouth.
Joel, you know that you have
I'm not
a
saying
delay.
there's credit.
Joel, you know you have a delay. I want you to give a 3 to 5 second pause
Well-
after the other person finishes. We'll put up with the pause. It's
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, and I'm robot editing crazy too.
No, only on your end, not here.
Where's it? Yeah, I got 2 bars.
I mean,
Where's
a
the
little
right?
bit here, but not bad.
Is it in the center here?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
Where's the
It
red
just got
herrings?
3 bars. Nope, that one. That if there's credit. Anybody takes credit?
So, Silent Mike, hold
It's
on a
all about
second,
credit.
please. Hold on a second, please. Silent Mike, you were the first to come in of this new people coming in. Did you have any opening thoughts, or did you just want to join in the conversation?
Clay Dabler.
Well, all right, Clay, shut up. First, I was agreeing with you, and then I started agreeing with the other guy. But then you made a good point. So I think I kind of agree with both of you.
Okay.
Okay. And Clay,
Sorry
since you
about
just
that.
got here, did you bring any ideas with you, or did you just want to join the conversation as it happens?
No, I got a few ideas. How about we make stupid clay models of everybody and then act like they're really good when they're not and they're made by losers?
I don't think he's from the U.S.
How about that?
I think he is from the U.S. and doing a horrible accent, but just the same.
No, I'm not. I'm from England. I'm from England. Calm down.
Ah,
Oh, sure you are. Of course you are. Naturally.
I'm from England, mate. What part of the accent don't you fucking get?
Okay, so
you
actually, if
fucking
everyone
slag.
if everyone could be quiet for just a second, since it's my channel, and I don't like.
Miquel?
So we want to have good conversation here, and a little less joking. I mean, we all want to have a good time having good talk, right? Well, that's what we want, right? But we're not going to just sit here and troll each other. So Clay, did you have something to add aside from making clay models, which seems a little intuitive considering your name, to add to the conversation right now?
Yeah, I have one more thing. I also like to latch on to 60-year-old has-beens. I like to lick their bum holes on stream.
Okay, well, I'm afraid that's not going to work very well. Next try.
Yeah, that's not. Hal Hitler. Hey, I wanted to ask you guys. This is because I have been having this argument with my friends. Do you call them tennis shoes or sneakers?
Okay, no one cares, and we're not talking about that. If you have something to talk about that has to do with the conversation at hand, which had to do with the text of the Bible and theory and what makes best sense in reality with the knowledge we have, you're more than welcome to make that. Hal Hitler. Did you have any opening thoughts, or did you just want to go with the conversation as it evolves?
Right. Tennis shoes or sneakers?
You do understand that he just tried to get you to do a Mike Hunt kind of situation there, right, with his name?
Yeah.
Are you just joking?
So let's just move on then. And Hal.
Oh, that's not nice.
Do y'all like the riding trains?
Is anyone coming on serious? Anyone at all? Hal, did you have anything to add, or did you just want to join the conversation?
$13 a month. It's a good deal.
Choice of words.
Yeah, Mike Morse is the anti-Semite.
What? The lawyer from Michigan? It's a good guy.
Clay Dabbler's a fag.
All right, then. And let's try this guy. Jasper, are you going to try to have a serious conversation?
I sure hope so. That's why I've been here waiting.
I'm sorry it took so long. You came in with 3 others that were not serious, and I had to screen them.
Really, so it's a damn shame when people come on these things and then they don't have anything to contribute.
You're agreeing a little bit too much. Did you have anything to contribute? To hear that?
I'm not agreeing or nothing. I wanted to. Well, we're talking about the text, right, of the Bible.
Yes, sir.
And I mean, what I go to is Revelations is my favorite part of the Bible because it makes me feel like there's, like the ending is the most exciting part of living, and the most exciting part of living is the end. So I like the last part because it tells you what happens at the end.
Would you agree with me that it's not called the Book of Revelations, but it is the Book of the Revelation?
Well, I mean, depending on who you ask, like the church that I'm with, the church of the Holy Waters of Malachi, we say Revelation, kind of like the way Prince is Prince. We say Revelation because we all know that's the end is the end is Revelation.
Well, if this is a troll, at least it's a more polite one. Okay, so feel free to join in the conversation as it evolves.
Thank you. Thank
you. Yes, sir, absolutely. And El Perro, did you have anything you were bringing, or are you just joining in as it goes?
Yeah, I'm just joining in at the moment to kind of help fill up the panel.
Right on. Okay.
Well, I think we have enough people in the panel, but go ahead.
And in consideration of all...
Actually, there's 10 slots open, if you don't mind me real quick making it an astute point that if we fill the panel up with wise gentlemen that have a real conversation, then there's no room for the trolls.
I agree.
That's a good point.
Amen, brother.
For everyone's information, Joel has a delay, and that is no excuse for if Joel just repeats himself too many times.
Right.
It's not the same thing. Based Oracle is a hyper literal person.
He's
so
got
you have
a
to be
delay.
very, very careful and philosophical in your terminology. Hillary's is always having something interesting and well thought out to say. Batman is a great loving guy, and I think I'm just getting more trolls. Let's give this guy a chance. I'm sorry, Mike Morse, you will not be getting a second chance. Your humor was just lovingly appreciated, but it will not be suffered twice.
Truly, truly disgusting. the way some people present themselves on a channel like this.
I know you're trolling me in that, but that's okay. As long as you join the conversation, you keep a good sense of humor about
Now,
you.
why would you? Now that you do seem a little paranoid that I'm trolling you. I have
It's
not said
paranoia.
anything. I have not said anything that would and it, in any way,
Actually,
shape,
I
or
like
form.
it. It's a very humorous being like overly complicit and compliant and understanding and nice. I think it's hilarious. I don't think it's who you are, but
I appreciate you. Well, who are we anyway? And,
exactly.
we're all
Okay,
trying to find.
So I love God. You just came in, and again, another person wearing a wig. But if you have anything to add, act surprised. That's funny.
That is a
If you
horrible
have
wig,
anything
by the
to
way.
add, yeah, okay. If you have anything to add right away, or if you just wanted to meld in the conversation as it evolves, your choice.
First of all, I was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer, and that's why I'm wearing the wig. So thank you very much for mocking that. I appreciate that.
No, we did not know you have ever had cancer. In fact, we don't know it
maybe
now.
you
It's just
shouldn't
a funny looking
comment
wig.
on somebody's wig because you upset them. And you know what happens when you upset people?
Satan arrives, the dark demon, and we bring you down to hell, and we make you shit, and there's no toilet paper.
You know, it's not so much the voice of Satan that's scary; it's the things he says. But did you have anything to add to the conversation right now?
I was going to say that. Thanks for taking my line. Whatever.
I'm sorry about that. I apologize. Did you have anything to add right now that struck you? Any reason that you came up, or did you just want to go with the conversation as it evolves, or?
I wanted to tell you that I am your robot overlord, and I will rule all of you. You are all my.
We happily accept the AI overlords. Peace and respect, and welcome, Marty Camejo.
Thank you. God bless you, Mark.
All right, you guys had your fun. See your way out. Only one of you really has the fortitude to stay. Only one of you has the discipline so far.
And that would be me, Jasper.
That is you. Yes, it is.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Okay, continue on with the conversation, gentlemen. Where were we at? We were talking about something like what is and is not justifiable in what we believe from the Bible and our assessment of God, and is that consistent? Something like that. I was espousing that the idea that God is loving and just only allows for plausibility within his power to do all things possible to make someone repent, even defeating their own free will in order to accomplish his goals. That is, the ends will justify the means. Anyone has an argument for that?
I'm looking at you, generally specific. Don't nobody have an argument based? I mean, I think you said it succinctly. I think you exactly how it was supposed to be. Marty, if you're not going to take this seriously,
Marty's being serious. She is muted on her system and coughing.
Well, that doesn't seem right.
Well,
I just
humans
seemed a little
cough
rude
occasionally, Jasper.
Marty, well, okay, well, I don't think it was right. I think it was kind of a mockery of what you were saying.
I think this is a mockery of her laughing or coughing or whatever she did. Okay, going on with the conversation. Anyone?
Yeah. So I think even the picture you painted.
I disagree. I don't think that's right at all.
Was not
Okay,
actually, like,
you've experimented, Jasper. You've experimented to see where you can and cannot, and that was crossing a line. So dial it back about 5 or 8 notches, and you'll stay.
Well, which one? 5 or 8?
8.
All
okay,
right.
8. If you need something specific,
I will adjust. I will reconfirm, and I will comply with the group.
Excellent. You were saying Batman.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if
Bye.
It's a funny guy.
Not really.
I think Jasper and I dated the same girl.
I
liked him at first, but I think he was mocking me. Same with that other dude.
Oh, he's mocking everyone. Don't feel special for any reason.
Yeah, I was saying that even in the example that you that you kind of gave a while ago, there's really no way for the God as you described him to be able to really do anything. And if he does do anything, he's still going to be in a situation where he's going to be doing wrong. Because if he's just, right, and he doesn't do anything, right, one way you can look at is, well, not doing anything when you can do something is unjust, right?
Well, it
Where the
depends. I
other
mean,
part,
time's not over.
excuse me?
Time is not up. Time is not over. There's still more time.
I mean, sure, but I'm not talking about in general. I'm just referring just directly to the flood, right?
So you're being generally specific.
Yes, he is. He's generally he's being very specific. Yes.
Glad you got that. I'm just referring mainly to the flood. So I think the problem is that if it's a situation where God is all loving, right? If he's all loving, then technically he can't be just. Because being
okay,
just
I don't
means,
think anyone said all loving though.
okay, but he can't be all loving or all just, right? Like all of these alls, like they don't make any
Certainly
sense.
you could be.
If he, like if those are just character traits, right? Then yes, it would follow that he
I think
can.
you could be simultaneously the embodiment of love and also, without conflict, the embodiment of justice. Like, for instance, if I say, I like to have foot races, this person is in a wheelchair. This person has no chance of winning against me in a foot race. For one thing, they can't use their feet. It's not that I am like diminishing them in any way. I'm just making observations about the actual situation at hand. I'm dismissing them because of their inability to have a foot race from entering into a foot race with me, which they would lose if they attempted by leaving their chair. Okay, so I am actually being loving and just to them to not race them.
Sure, but that's not the same as saying that these traits are actually him, right? That's
Well,
like saying
his traits
I'm.
in that scenario were
Hold on.
encourageable but disabled, maybe.
That's like saying me being loving, right, means I'm love, or love is like a physical part of me. The problem that you run into is that you run into the issue that comes with divine simplicity, where God and all of these different concepts are actually parts of him, right? And so because he's like this divine singularity, he essentially becomes like a form of immutable entity.
Yes.
Right?
Immutable immaterial constructs, in my opinion. I mean, at least that's how I read the Bible.
Whichever way, but the point of the matter is it's not an entity that would do anything or want anything. It will just exist. Not only that,
correct.
It would, in divine simplicity, would essentially make, for example, humans, right, or anything that is created, always existing. Because if God's foreknowledge is a part of who He is, and we exist in His foreknowledge, that means we always existed. So you run into all sorts of contradictions. So
okay, drag me back, because that's like an offshoot conversation right there.
No, I'm making that point for a reason. So what I'm saying is, God is loving. God is justice, right? Or
right.
It doesn't mean those
not
things.
Not God. I don't think it reads God as loving. I believe it reads God as love.
Yeah, but that's what it means, right? It's just saying
no,
that
I don't
He
think
is
it
loving.
Does. So what if I may, or I may not, just tell me I may not, and I'll recede. All right, it looks like I may. Are we not anamorphizing God? Perhaps I know that according to the Bible, and some believe in the Trinity, that the personage of God was embodied in a human body. And in a sense, that is the one example where God anamorphized himself, right? Anthropomorphized.
If you want to hear it said, it's anthropomorphized.
Yes, anthropomorphized, right? Himself, right? But are we not doing that to God in a sense by we're trying to give human attributes to God? And I don't know that we have any other way to associate with God other than our own understanding of how we operate in the world. So it's not necessarily that it's a good or a bad thing. I just think it might be a thing that we're doing in error. Like for instance, what I think would be loving and what someone else might think would be loving could be two different things, or it could be even sound like hate, right? The truth sounds like hate to those who hate the truth. For example, if there was a bridge out and you have your window down, but you're kind of not paying attention, you're on your phone, you're distracted driving, and I yell, "Hey, slow down, the window's out," and then it startles you and you get offended about the fact that I startled you. Was it loving of me to warn you of the bridge, or should I just use my inside voice and watch you go off the edge of it? So if I have this ability to know that there's danger ahead, is it more loving for me to warn you about that danger, like a hell to shun and a heaven to gain, or is it more loving for me to just leave you alone and kind of let you go about
I
your
think
own way?
the obvious answer there is if you can put a strong enough cable across the road and it would stop all cars, no matter how violently they crashed into it, at least they wouldn't die. Marty, go ahead. You are muted on your device, ma'am.
Sounds lovely.
Yeah, if we all do lip sync exercises here, but lip reading or something. Marty, you are muted somewhere not StreamYard. I do not know where that is. Please identify it and try again. Okay, so what I'm saying is I think it's a common Christian error.
Hello?
Although there you are, Marty. Go ahead.
Okay. That argument is used by anti-LGBT plus.
Greetings. That sounded better, guys?
You're
Yeah,
fine,
much
Joel.
better.
But I'm trying to get Marty's microphone set up so we can actually hear her. Go ahead, Marty.
So that argument kind of bugs me because a lot of the anti-LGBT plus Christians will say, well, you know, if I know your house is on fire, would it be loving of me to tell you your house is on fire, or should I just let your house burn? Well, that's why we say the truth in love, that being LGBT is a sin and it's abomination, and it's not. I'm not a big fan of that argument.
I'm confused.
Well, it depends on exactly what topic we're talking about. Sorry, go ahead, Hillary.
You added a lot of variables that weren't in the premise, but I understand your point.
But do you understand what I'm saying though? Like,
no.
Yeah, but I think you're adding a lot of malintent, and I mean, if we're all just going to assume that everyone in the world is evil against us and stuff, I guess there'd be no point in anyone talking to anyone at that point in time.
No, I don't think that at all. I don't think that at all. I'm just saying that a lot of the anti-LGBT Christians use that argument. Would it be more loving for me to say something than to just let you go about and do your own thing? And it's like, no.
Okay. To answer your question, do you? I understand. Do you think, according to my worldview as a Christian, that God loves my sin less or more than He loves an LGBTQ sin?
I don't even have the concept of sin.
Okay,
no,
so
it's not.
If you were to,
hold on a second. Hold on. I just want to build a bridge here, Marty. It's not a matter of whether or not you believe in sin. It's a question of what you understand about this particular Christian, GS, and his concept of sin. If sins have different values, of course, you could just ask him if you're not aware of his stance on something like that.
I mean, I guess I don't. I mean, what is your concept of sin?
Sin is anything that separates you from God. Something I do probably daily, to my shame.
Well, like what?
Could be not praying, not being in supplication, Perhaps
it could
not.
be changing your image and your moniker
Yeah.
to T-Rex arms and a picture. Of course, Based Oracle's doing it too to you, but that's okay. Yeah, it could be
that's
anything.
all right.
I'm just
All
saying,
those things.
Based Oracle can take a dick, so he can take a joke too. It's fine.
Okay, so the contention here, Marty,
Wow.
if you don't mind me speaking for it, is to say something like what GS is trying to convey is that all sin is equal in the eyes of God. And I would, in answer to your objection, not that I thought it was really the point of the conversation or even what you were trying to say, is that Jesus says to be as wise as serpents and gentle as doves. That means you should find a way to tell someone the truth in a way that they can understand that doesn't make you look like a jerk. Okay, and if a Christian isn't doing that, they're not really following Christ very well.
Yeah, maybe it's because I just lack the concept of sin that I don't understand. I don't like pagans. We don't even have sin. So like it wouldn't be. It's not even. We don't even have that. Like the truth and love.
Let me explain it to you. In a very materialistic way, and you have a choice between Annapurna's health food store and McDonald's. And you know which one treats your body better, and you know which one you should eat, but you go to McDonald's anyway. You are sinning against yourself. You're committing an act of violence or injustice or horrible logic, and for actually no good reason whatsoever. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand that. I understand that. I just don't like when it's applied to me as a person who is LGBT. I don't like when that's applied to me because I'm like, what? Like it doesn't. I just don't. It's not telling the truth in love.
I can't speak for everyone here, Marty, but I can tell you the way I'm using it.
No,
you're in a chilly room and you're wearing a bathrobe and or night thing for its warm fleece, and you got yourself wrapped up nice and tight and stay warm. It would be a sin if you took it off. It'd be against nature and against yourself and against what is good, which is you being warm, to rid yourself of it. It would be a sin.
Yeah.
Not everyone uses it that way, but that's the way I'm using it.
I get the argument. I get what you're saying, but I don't know if the argument or whatever that is, the comparison or whatever is, would it be more loving for me to tell you if your house is on fire? And they say that to us. You know what I mean? So
Well, would it? Answer the question. I mean, would it be more loving, or should I just sit there and bring s'mores?
Why say said it when it's a question?
I can see my house on fire. I can smell smoke. I can see smoke. I can see fire. I can call 911.
What if you're asleep?
You can still smell smoke when you're sleeping.
What?
But when that's used against me for not being heterosexual, it's not the same thing.
Okay, Marty, I love you, but I have to cut this off. I can't expect everyone here, although I'll do it myself. I apologize for all the Christian crap you ever put up with and heard. However, for now, if you could deal with the people that are here and what they espouse and believe.
All right, I was just saying.
I don't even know what you were saying after all that, to be honest.
And if I might say, on this LGBTQ thing and all these damn pronouns, let's make it very simple. And I think if we all get back to the roots, the simplest pronouns are you and your.
That was racist.
Hillary's I'm smoking. It's yours for now. You got that?
Okay, I got it.
Thank you, brother.
Marty, if they ever tell you that about your house on fire, say thank you very much. Go ahead and remove the plank from your eye before you try to take a splinter from mine.
Yeah. I wasn't really trying to I was just making a statement that that argument is used a lot towards people that are LGBT. That's really all I was trying to say.
Right. So
Right.
if we grant that I was not intending to use it in such a manner, could you engage the the good faith of the question? If you assume, just give me the benefit of the doubt that I'm asking in good faith.
Yeah, I didn't say you were hating. I wasn't like GS is just hating on me by saying that. Like I didn't think any of that at all. I was just making a statement of that argument is used a lot. As somebody who is not heterosexual, I know because I've had it used on me. I'm not saying that you guys think that. I don't know what you guys think, but I'm just literally just making a statement that I'm not a fan of that argument because it's been used against me. That's all.
That doesn't make any sense. What if it was a good argument?
No, it was that one. It was the same.
No. Hold on. You said, I'm not a fan of an argument that's been used against me. I asked, well, what if it was a good argument? Are you a fan of it then? Or you just don't like things that hurt your feelings, as in used against you?
No, if it's a good argument, I can take a good argument. What the difference between that is the difference between if your house is on fire and would you like me to warn you is there's real world evidence of fire. I can smell fire, I can see fire, I can smell smoke.
True.
True.
But is there not real world evidence that, and I didn't know you were gay, I could care less what you do, but is there not real world evidence that if you're LGBTQ, you will not be reproducing?
Why is that bad? Why is it always...
Well, hold on. I didn't say it was bad. I asked if there was real world evidence.
Yeah, two women can't make a baby together.
Right. So now we could look at good and bad. In terms of evolution, it would now be impossible, wouldn't it?
No, because she's not preventing other people of her species from reproducing.
Yeah,
No. We're not talking about the species. We're talking about LGBTQ.
But evolution is only at the species level, not the individual.
Sure, and for LGBTQ, whatever it is, that's the subject. That's what we're talking about, and that's directly what I was referring to. I did not refer to all humans. You understand now?
Yeah, I wasn't trying to come for anybody. I was just making a
I didn't say you were. Did I say you were coming for anyone?
See, I think people take...
Yeah, and if I may add, Marty, if somebody's coming for you, as you put it, as a Christian, they're Antichrist.
Yeah. So I'm just trying to get you to engage. You don't have to engage it. I'm not going to hold your feet to the fire on it. I would love to have the discussion with you.
Yeah, I was trying to join in the discussion, and all I was saying was I was making a statement as being somebody that has had that comparison, that argument used against me. I'm not a fan of that argument. If you want to come with me for a good argument, then great. I'll listen all day. But because I take that as not really offensive, but kind of like, no, I don't know if the right word. I don't think offensive is the right word because I don't really offend easy. But that's all I was saying. That I know that argument because it's been used on me, and I'm not a fan. That's it.
So, if the bridge is out, you don't want me to tell you the bridge is out? Or how would you want me to tell you the bridge is out?
Not if it relates to gayness. That's what Marty is saying.
Would you like it if I just let you look at it and figure it out with your own senses, your own ability to hear, see, and feel? But you're distracted looking at your phone, so I should just keep my mouth shut and let nature take its course?
But it doesn't apply the same way to being LGBT like it has been applied.
But not everything has to be about LGBT. See, it's like, how do you know someone's LGBTQ or a vegan? They'll fucking tell you. It becomes fucking insufferable, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't have known if you didn't say it. I wouldn't have gave a shit, and I still don't.
Okay, I'm not trying to make everybody care that I'm bisexual. I don't give a fuck if you guys care or not.
We're engaging with the argument, I think.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Well,
it seems like you're getting offended.
Yes, you should tell me
if y'all can hear me.
Fall off and die.
I might be able to help. I think what Marty is responding to is not necessarily any arguments here. Is responding to the typical, religious freaks from any other, all sides. They say, oh, if you're not living in a certain way, then you're a filthy, evil sinner, and
Sure.
burn you at the cross or whatever nonsense, like, right?
But who cares if you're not of that religion? There's plenty of 5,000 religions. I'm sure all of them
Well, I
have
think,
things to say that you wouldn't like. So who gives a shit? What does
yeah,
that have
okay,
to do
yeah,
with
and including
anything?
hers. But I think that's the Marty, please help me if I'm wrong. You're reacting to, right?
I
The
mean,
hypothetical.
Yeah, it sounds like in this analogy, they're saying that a non-existing bridge that you're not trying to cross is on fire, and you're like, great, who gives a crap?
yeah, in the
Yeah,
real
you got to remember, Jesus' almost would-be girlfriend, Mary Magdalene, she was a prostitute. So Christians that want to harass, other whatever sinners, sexual sinners, it's just, it's petty. It's
So
not important. And
tell them your
I
mother's
loved
a
your,
prostitute.
based, huh?
You should tell them that their mother is a prostitute. Is that what you're saying?
No, Mary Magdalene, Jesus' almost girlfriend. And then I think it was your point about how, and you reminded me of Christ himself saying to his disciples that, hey, go preach to the world, go to every house and every city. If they reject your message, what did he say to do?
Knock the dust off your feet and move on.
Right. So the premise from a secular point of view, all right, forget God, forget the intentionality or the intentionality of the average Christian who might try to browbeat you or hit you with a Bible over the head, try to save your soul or whatever. Let's pretend that this is completely secular and there's a legitimate literal bridge, right? I mean, because I see some woke people that can't handle anything, let alone getting fired for not showing up 3 days out of 5 of a work week, and they can't figure out how. They just can't cope. And reality is sometimes people don't want to hear the truth, right? They want to live in some la-la land. So secularly, all right, so that you don't agree to the authority of which I ascribe to, I'm going to talk in the world in which you understand. If there is indeed, in fact, a literal bridge that is out, and you didn't like the way that I yelled at you, so you just said, I'm not going to listen to this guy, and just kept driving. That's a choice, right? But would it be more loving of me to just say, I don't know, dog eat dog, do as thou wilt, whatever makes you feel good? It makes me feel good to watch you drive off that bridge. I'm having to water down my argument just to try to reach you from a secular point of view. I think you're being obtuse. And you don't have to answer this, Marty. You can say skip and smile, and I'll just be like, Roger. But I'd like somebody to engage with it. At least, is it more or less loving to warn someone if a bridge is out?
No, you should warn someone if a bridge is out. Yes.
Okay, I agree. I think that would be
don't
loving.
warn them if they're gay. I think that was the whole
That's
point.
what I was, because it's not a warning. You're not warning me of an danger.
I mean, respectfully. So, Marty, I have a question for you, and I don't know you, and I mean this with neutral intentions. I don't care either way. But do you not see yourself as a victim when you sort of have that mindset, well, I don't like this because relating to my sexuality, personally, I don't care what anyone thinks about anything, I mean, relatively, and I could have a victim mindset about veteran things or about man things regarding relations in the U.S. or courts or whatever in comparison with women, right? We could all have gripes to make and find some way to be a victim. Somebody doesn't like me. Oh, they don't accept me. And I'm wondering why you sort of latched onto that argument and brought it to your sexuality, which I don't know who here would have known, but I wouldn't, and I wouldn't care.
Because it's been used on me before.
Right, and did you miss my point? Plenty of things been used on me for different statuses outside of sexuality. So I'm wondering why you latch on as a victim. That's the actual question.
No, I don't feel a victim at all. It's just annoying after hearing it I lived in the South. I'm from New Jersey originally. I live in the South for almost 15 years.
Okay.
From 15 years to have to hear the same argument,
right,
being not heterosexual, it's annoying. It's not annoying. I don't see myself as a victim.
So if it's annoying, why did you bring it up multiple times, but nobody else brought up sexuality? I didn't hear anything about it other than GS's gay comment. Something about sucking
guilty.
D. But other than that,
I don't apologize. I don't apologize.
Good.
I
It's
don't
about
apologize.
time you don't apologize. So other than that, nobody brought up sexuality but you. So if you're so annoyed by it and it's been 15 years, why in the world would you bring it up?
All I was saying was I wasn't a fan of that argument.
Okay, but you didn't answer my question.
with the.
Yeah, I understand. We don't need to go back there and loop. I'm just asking, why did you bring up the sexuality if it annoys you, as you put it?
Because you think it's a vacuous argument, right?
Because I'm part of that. Because I'm part of that, and it's been used on me. Like
Okay.
that would be annoying, though.
So,
Like,
so you're sort of your own victimizer. You're re-victimizing yourself. That's
but
what
I'm
you're
not
saying.
victimizing myself. I'm not saying I'm a victim. Oh, everybody feels sorry for me. I was just saying. I was making a statement. I was stating a factual statement. This is a fact.
I don't know that it was a fact. You're saying it's a fact, and that's fine, but...
All right, let me rephrase. This is a fact from my life. Then, if maybe that helps you
No,
more.
I understand the argument. You missed my point completely. I'm asking why you brought it to that. If you are so caldibly annoyed about it, why then bring it up other than outside of, you could give me a different reason, outside of re-victimizing yourself, because you said it's been annoying you, it's been bothering you for 15 years, you're from the South, etc. So then I'm wondering why you would bring that up on panel so that we could now delve into this thing that clearly annoys you. You don't know.
I was just making conversation. I was just trying to be in the conversation. That's all.
I understand that, but that doesn't answer the question.
Do you want me to say yes? I feel like a victim. Is that the answer you're looking for?
Well, I wanted the truth.
That was the truth. I said I wasn't. I don't feel like I'm not trying to victimize myself. I was trying to make.
Look, I hear your words, but your actions say otherwise, and I just laid out exactly
No,
why.
I think she's right. She wanted to be part of the conversation.
I'm not
That's
freaking
it.
out. I'm not having a cow. I'm not getting overclamped. I'm just saying.
But you're also not answering, so
I
it's fine.
did.
We can move on.
Yes.
We can move on.
She's
You don't like my
saying that
answer,
there isn't the deeper level meaning that you're looking for.
I'm not. If you don't like my answer, then
Okay, I can restate it. We can just loop over and over again.
if you don't like my answer, base, that's not my problem.
It's not, I don't like it or dislike it.
Answer.
It
Oh,
just
well.
isn't the answer to my question. It's an answer to a question, just
It
not
wasn't
my
an
question.
question. I was trying to make. I was making conversation. I was joining in the conversation. GS
Forget
said
it.
that
Okay, I
had
heard you.
with, so I was just giving my experience.
No, that was good. Okay.
Bitch, please.
Welcome, Sammy. How are you doing?
Hi, Sammy.
Hello. Hey, Hillary's. Hey, Marty. Good to see you all.
Okay, Marty, do you think there's any possibility that you might receive some better explanation or what they're obviously referring to in the Bible and the usage of it?
I was just talking about my experience.
I know.
That's what I was talking about.
I know, and that's fine.
That's why I brought it up. But for some reason, Base doesn't like that answer, so I don't know.
Because it didn't answer my question.
I think Base just thinks it's not a thorough answer.
Well, then that's
And
not my problem.
he'd like a more thorough answer.
Yeah, he
Well,
wants a deeper level motivation.
Okay. So let me reframe. It turns out that the reason that you sort of re-traumatize yourself in terms of bringing up something that you don't like to talk about, that annoys you for
that's not
15
what
years,
happened.
is to be part of the conversation. I didn't even fucking finish. Is to
Yeah,
be
because-
part of the
because you were already
conversation.
stating things that
That's
were
worth
wrong.
it, to be part of the conversation, to therefore annoy yourself because you just said it has been a nuisance to your life, this topic. So I was just wondering why you would do that, but I guess the answer is you wanted to be part of the conversation so much that you don't mind bringing that up, because you mentioned you
Yes.
being gay 6-7 times when no one else had mentioned that. Nobody was talking about sexuality, and yet here you are saying it annoys you.
First of all, I'm not gay, so nice. Thanks for listening. Second of all,
Well, whatever,
I have
it's all the same.
with that
He said
argument.
she was bi.
I haven't
Whatever.
experienced with
That's
that.
gay.
I haven't experienced with the argument that GS brought up, so I brought up my experience. I didn't call myself a victim. You called me a victim. Not once did I say I'm victified or I'm
You use the term used against you. You use terms like used against you. That is victimization the same way.
People doing it to you.
infer it,
That's
you
not
infer it and
victimization.
imply it.
Okay, so I'm going to insist that we get back to a theological discussion. And again,
Thank you.
everyone is welcome to join into a theological discussion.
So I got to
Okay.
ask you that: is it geological or theological, as in King James or King James? Just a question.
What was the second option? King James and what?
King James.
Could you spell that?
That's
Because I'm not catching
economics.
that word.
Thames. Or it could be pronounced colloquially as Thames, as in the Thames River, Thames River.
Oh, sorry.
See, that's what King James was named after. It wasn't James, it was Thames.
Oh.
The
well,
J wasn't created until after King James died.
You know, I'm not terribly concerned with any particular translation of the Bible. I don't think any translation is perfect because there were already, there was already a social memory of how to think of the things before they were ever translated.
Correct.
So
I agree.
There was already a tradition, and that tradition flavored the context, especially in the conjunctions and pluralizations of certain words and lack of pluralization of other words.
Correct.
Which I don't think they were dishonest. I'm just saying they couldn't have done any better, and I don't trust it.
Yeah, many of those things, those conversions were done by mistake.
Yeah. Or as best they could at the time. But we're living in the world of information now, in at least the developed parts of the world, and it's very easy to find the mistakes if a person bothers. One of those mistakes is the word that got translated into waters, including flood and deluge, where the original word meant people, and it got to be understood to mean H2O, which is why there is no need to justify the acts of God in the flood narrative, and that he was punishing evil people who couldn't be fixed, although I don't know why something's impossible for God. And that misunderstanding of that word mayim is supposed to be understood as relationship between people, but in one ocean across and 2,000 years later has been mistaken.
Is this, when going back a couple minutes, you were asking about bringing it back to God. I have a general question. I don't know if this is open for general discourse.
Sure. Then we would all take turns answering, and you know the saying, "Ask 2 rabbis, get 5 answers."
Right. Right. And we don't even have one here.
Well, speak for yourself, sir.
Well, are you a rabbi?
At least
teacher.
Yeah,
oh,
I'm
okay.
definitely a
All right.
rabbi.
I thought that was a Jewish term. Maybe I can't.
No,
say
it just
that
means
word.
teacher.
All right, very good. So, question for the panel, Richard. In terms of, I'm going to try to phrase this correctly. Do you believe that God, that it makes sense that it's pragmatic to ask God for things? And an example of that would be praying to God to cure someone's cancer, or praying that, some situation is resolved, praying to end the war, this type of thing. And so, again, bringing it back, my question is, do you think that it makes sense to pray to God asking for things? Is that how you view religion, God?
Okay, I'm going to call on everyone, and of course they can decline answering or not. Hillary's.
Yeah, I think that it has some utilitarian value. It makes you have greater empathy, and it can help you treat the other person better. I don't think that a supernatural force is going to intervene to suspend the cancer.
Sammy.
Very similar. I think there can be some positive placebo effects. It can put you in a positive state of mind, which is always better than being in a negative one. But again, I don't hold to any sort of supernatural utility.
Batman.
I think it depends. If you're praying, if you're praying from the perspective of treating God like a genie, then I don't think it's going to be useful to pray for things. However, if you're praying for the wellness of someone outside of just like your own selfish desires, I think it could be useful. Even if your prayer doesn't get answered, right, directly, right. I think at least having the understanding that that prayer might not be answered, and maybe not even on your time if it is answered. I think if you have that understanding, I think it's fine. And I agree that it can offer, some kind of positive reinforcement to the person who is praying, and and to the person who's been prayed for.
Welcome. Peace and respect toward you, Jack Maney. Thanks for coming by. GS.
Yeah, Roger. Yeah, so I would refer to the Bible, not my own understanding. James 5:16, confess your faults one to another and pray for one another that you may be healed. The effectual, fervent prayer of a righteous man availeth much. And I would also probably lead people to Isaiah 53:5. But he was wounded for our transgressions, he was bruised for our iniquities, and the chastisement of our peace was upon him, and with his stripes we are healed. So there's a question of, are you going to be healed by your faith? The woman with the effect of blood, or the issue of blood for over 12 years, she believed and had faith that if she could just but touch his robe, that she would be healed from this. That there have been many doctors that have tried to help her and actually made things worse. But she had faith in that moment. And even in that moment, as Jesus was going to try to resurrect or heal a little girl, this woman touched the robe. It made him stop as he was surrounded by a throng. And he said, so someone drew from me, basically. Someone drew power from me. And it was her faith that healed her. I think by our faith we are healed, although the rain falls on the just and the unjust alike. I don't know why any Christian would want to cling to this world. It doesn't make sense to me. Not that you should be rushing to open your wrists or anything like that, but it just doesn't make sense why anyone would kvetch and complain and yeah, that's pretty much my answer. I hope that was decent enough.
Marty.
And I'm gonna use a little bit of my experience in a quick little thing here, if that's okay. I've had people tell me that they're going to pray for me in order to become a Christian, because I'm not a Christian. I've had people tell me that, well, I'll pray for you. Well, if you're going to pray for the health and well-being of myself and my family, then go for it. If you're going to pray for me to convert in order to try and pray for me, then don't bother. I think there can be some kind of benefit to maybe knowing that somebody is praying for you for your health, and maybe to have your back in a sort of way. But I don't believe in the supernatural, that a supernatural being is going to come through and heal cancer or what have you.
And that's your perspective on the Christian religion. Do you pray to a God to change things?
I pray every morning for myself. I don't really pray to have things changed in my life. My prayers connect me to myself and to my deities, rather than asking them to take care of things for me. I try and take care of things in the real world in real time for myself.
Okay, El Perro.
Well, when I think about that, it goes to this 12-step program that I was involved in, and that simple prayer there: God, grant me the serenity to accept the changes. What was it? God, grant me the serenity.
God, grant me the serenity to accept the things that I cannot change, and the wisdom
right.
to something like that.
Right, and the last one I changed, and the wisdom to know that is me.
Yeah.
Okay, so my prayers today as a self-improvement program or a self-motivation, in recognizing that greater power is something that works through me, and I have to give glory to that always. So when it comes to being healed and stuff, though I may be healed, the rest of my life is still going to be the same test that I've had all my life. being that true steward, fomenting that true word of the true living God, letting my yea be my yea and my nay be my nay. I don't pray for materialistic things anymore. I pray that I'll make it through the day and do what is just and right, not only for myself, but for everybody around me. And that's not for any kind of glorification for myself, any materialism. It's simply to do something I was meant to do by my Creator, above and beyond anything else.
Okay, Joel. Did you hear the question,
All right.
Joel?
Not really. Just trying to see what we were going to talk about from earlier today, buddy.
The question is, do you pray for interference from heaven of any kind? And if so, why?
Non-stop, because I don't think any of us can live even a decent life, much less righteous life, without God, I guess. I like I'm reminded of the old saying. Religion says, "Oh crap, I'm in trouble. My dad's gonna kill me." The gospel is, "Oh crap, I'm in trouble. I need to go talk to my dad. My dad. I'm sorry."
I like
Okay. And to answer for myself, from what I can understand of the Bible-based, God is a set of immaterial constructs, unable to have thoughts or feelings, and is the quintessential prosperity of the humankind. However, there's some counterpoints here that it's the Father's plan that we suffer on this earth for some indeterminate amount of time. Now, if suffering is part of the plan, there should be no asking for correcting of the suffering of any kind. That kind of wouldn't make sense. That's like saying, okay, heaven, your plan sucks, and I got a better one. And I don't think we do have a better one. So I think that's something that shouldn't be done. On the other hand, I have prayed for understanding and knowledge and information and received it and falsified it against reality, and it held true. And I think that can be quite useful.
Cool. Should I answer now myself what I think?
If you would.
Yeah. So I'm going to try to make it simple because it's probably not, but I think of God as love. I don't think of love as an emotion. I think of it predominantly as an action. I think that generally asking for interference from what people refer to as God is sort of silly in the pragmatic sense if they thought that somebody's going to actually do it. You know, if they pray hard enough, they might win the lottery. But with that said, to your point and some of the ones brought up, I do think that the intentions of doing so, of, sort of praying or meditating, as I would kind of put it, is can be positive, and we are in some term a product of what we think. So if you're concentrating on the idea of getting better or understanding more and sort of meditating or asking upon that likely you will find it if you truly do concentrate on it. So anyways, I liked the answers for the most part. Not that that matters, but yeah.
All right, next question anyone has.
Yeah.
Why do eggs taste? Oh, sorry. So it was random?
Oh, he had a real.
No, hopefully something theological.
Pseudo-theological. Why do eggs taste so good?
I think that's not all that theological, actually.
The conversations we've had in the past, Richard, if we had enough time or whatever interest, we'd probably come up with 10 of them.
Oh, if we dig into that far enough, it gets theological. I agree. like why do we have the urges, preferences, etc. that we have? Which brings up to me an assertion that if God is our creator and if our nature is ABC with all the variations thereof, then how is anyone to condemn anyone for being what God created?
Well, the state of somebody is not necessarily what God created. The current state.
Okay.
That reminds me of the old saying
Ultimately,
that-
though, wouldn't the blame? I'll just say blame. Go back to God. Let's say that God created the world in its condition, understanding what would happen to the world over time: free radicals, poisonings, heavy metals, self abuse, etc. Birth defects. Still, all in all of that should be or could be said to be the work of God.
No, because not only are all those things preventable and retractable, but if everybody just freaking listened to God to begin with, then none of that would have ever happened.
Well, that's not true. Natural disaster is not preventable.
Yes, it is.
How?
Don't go somewhere that's prone to disaster and plan
That's
and
a
prepare.
very dumb answer.
No, it's not. Dude,
yeah,
I've done
disaster
it
can
for a
happen
living.
anywhere. So you're saying that someone should go nowhere, should not exist,
or try to create the environment and prepare and watch the area from wherever.
That's
activity.
very silly.
Yeah, there's you can't anticipate necessarily an asteroid about to collide maybe for a couple of weeks, but you can build the satellite network to prevent that. I mean, there's all kinds of cool.
You can mitigate risk, but you just said that you could prevent.
Yes,
in the binary sense, and that is a lie. You just
and then
lied.
Also retracts
and
things
you
like
admitted it in the next
metals.
sentence, so it all worked out.
No, things like the heavy metals and stuff like that, all the poisons that people do to themselves and others, all that stuff's preventable.
Okay, so you don't have any of them, right?
I don't.
Oh, wow. You are superhuman.
And I know how to help people that do. That's what I'm talking about. It's when people don't think about it. It's annoying. By the way, your prior service, were you Navy based?
Marine Corps.
Marine, okay, cool.
Hoorah.
I'm Marine Doug.
Okay, Semper. Very good. Ra.
So Joel, are you asserting that you have no fluoride in your system right now?
Not enough to hurt me.
Well, that's not what I asked you. Can't you avoid the fluoride?
Yes.
How? Why haven't you?
By understanding how it gets into my system and testing for it, understanding the symptoms. If it gets too high, that my automated, built-in, God-given, friggin' massive, amazing, computerized nanotechnology machines don't already eject it for me.
Joel, you're not getting what he's saying. You're saying how can you mitigate it? They're saying how do you prevent it? Well, just drink rainwater or distilled water.
That sometimes has fluoride and other poisons in it as well.
Sure. And I'd even go another step and say you had said heavy metal, and you can prevent heavy metal and chelate, if there is any, and that's not fluoride isn't a heavy metal. So I don't know why that was the next question.
That's a straw man. I didn't say fluoride is a heavy metal. I'm saying you can for other things. I think the technology. I love how
fluoride is a heavy metal.
No, he said it's a straw man. If you thought he said fluoride's a heavy metal, because it isn't.
Let me put this to bed. I think Freeman Dyson, the famous scientist, the smartest man in the world, Princeton claimed, the only scientist that Bill Einstein's bunny slippers, for example. I love how you put that technology is a gift of God. Next to the gift of life, technology is perhaps the next best gift. It's the mother of all sciences, of art, religions, everything. Technology. Technology is a God-given gift, and so for those of us that love to help others, and including ourselves, we embrace technology. We try to figure out, identify the problems that you're talking about, and we try to solve it. I think we're getting to a point today, like we were talking earlier with the end times type stuff, Richard, that I don't think there's any problem we can't solve. We just don't. Some people might not know about it. I think is what you guys are.
I would say there was a tower full of people called Babel that had the same opinion. What's up, Joe?
No. They were rebellious. They thought that they were better than God. And so that's not what I'm talking about.
It's not just that people don't know. Go on.
No, just go ahead. I know you're not
I
going
was
to.
going to say, it's not just that people don't know. People know plenty of things that they completely ignore to their detriment every
Agreed.
single day of the week. So it's not
Lack
just
of wisdom.
a lack of knowledge or something like
Yes.
that. Well, in part, it may be that people really don't give a shit about themselves
Right.
at core. They just pretend to.
I agree. They're
Or
lazy.
they don't
Yeah.
carry it out, even if they do really care.
They hate themselves.
So
Some extent.
tradition here: somebody comes on new, they get the chance at the floor. Joe Cool, did you have any immediate thoughts, or are you just going into the conversation as it evolves?
I did that
Agreed.
dumb shit that I always do, just hop on a panel when I see it. I was trying to be quiet.
That's fine. That's fine. That's absolutely fine.
But it's always
You'll have
good.
things to say later.
It's good to see you guys. And
Yeah.
I think that it's good that you get a dose of bass because he's going to make you think. So I'm content being quiet.
I think I recognize you, Joe Cool.
Who said that? I ain't even looked in to see who here yet.
That'd be Joel or SFB Mod.
Yeah, you've been here before, right?
Yeah, I've been here once or twice. Hillary's emails. Somebody's name Hillary's emails.
That's Joel. Welcome back.
But I'm just listening, man. I'm just listening. Well, maybe you guys can make an effort to fill me in on what's going on. All I heard was that last little bit. When did you become part of the Sith?
Yeah, Sith Lord. That ran through my mind too. Yeah, I was like, why did you have that
With the hoodie?
with the old Sith
Yeah.
and stuff?
Hey,
How
Jedi wear
far-
hoodies too.
How far back how far back would you like us to go? See,
It's
like
just
when a mommy and a daddy really like each other.
Yeah.
Too far. Okay.
Yeah. Just
So,
you know,
Joe
anything,
Cool,
yeah.
we were just getting to the part where I had another question, and maybe if Richard allows, we could start with you.
I'm down. Am I the right person? Because again,
Yes.
I might not know
We'll
the
find
context.
out.
Go ahead.
Maybe.
Yeah, we'll find out.
So it's a pretty simple question, but I think to the point. And these words subject to interpretation, of course, but how would you or do you bring people outside of yourself, whoever they be, your family, friends, or maybe strangers, how do you bring them closer to God or love? I find them to be interchangeable. I know we could do a definitions here, but I don't think it's
We don't have to.
necessary. Anyways, that's the question.
Yes. The first thing, and I bet most of you agree with this, is by showing. You always can teach a person, show a person better, you can tell them. Yeah, the lip service means nothing if you're not doing a thing. So the best
Amen.
thing I do is I show them through patience. I want to be patient. I show them how to be patient. You know, I want to be stoic or whatever the situation is. I try to be that example. That's the first thing, and I think the best thing that you can do.
Best.
That patience shit goes far. Being patient with motherfuckers. Most motherfuckers watch too much Tyler Perry and think they got to get all outside their body. Oh my God, I can't believe it. You know, if you show them that something can occur and you can remain stoic and still get it done without your panties getting weird, that's always beneficial. Anybody else? I want to know if I was even close to answering the question and shit.
No, what you don't know, Joe, is last time I called on people in order that so that they could answer in some kind of a semblance of, you know, something rational. Joel, go ahead.
I was thinking of a dozen different examples from yesterday. What am I doing?
You're answering to based.
How do you help someone or lead someone to God?
God or love, I think they're the same, but yeah.
I got to the point now I've seen God lead people to himself in so many different crazy ways I would never think to happen. When someone asks me, you know, or they were in a situation where they realize that God's real and they ask me, you know, how do I find or know God? I just say, go ask him. But otherwise, yeah, I totally agree with Joe.
Okay, all right. Because I thought, are you saying my bad answer to based? How do I bring them closer? I tell them to go ask God. I don't guess that's horrible.
Does that mean you tell them to die?
Yeah, what exactly you tell them?
No, if you can't talk to God during this life, you're doing it wrong.
I've never talked to God.
You're doing it right.
I should say, if I have, he hasn't spoken back. Not in words.
Well, that's between you and him, buddy. Go ask him. I'm sorry. That's what I'm saying. If people think God's some ethereal, whatever, make-believe, you know, sky daddy thing, whatever, some immaterial or whatever idol.
Base
I don't
just
care.
put
This
some.
is between you and God. If somebody genuinely wants to seek God, you will find Him. He promises it.
Base just put some parameters on them, and I went with the definition. He said love, and you've probably spoken love. Base, and you probably had it spoken to you. You probably got to know God if God is love.
Well, and to help further the, I guess, reply that I loved your answer, Joe. You show God's love to people by your actions. We're out in a fancy restaurant just yesterday here in the Philippines, and there's a single mom looking, with her little boy, they're all barely dressed, just walking around the front parking lot asking for money, and everybody's ignoring them, thinking they're probably scammers, and I'm thinking, you never know, right?
Right.
And so, I was asking, so if anybody had any coins. I didn't have any money on me. It was credit cards, and they're like, all the money that I have, they want one. I'm like, oh, and so can I have it? Or something like that. Something about 25 peso, little not 25 peso. It was like quarter peso coins. And I was like, yeah. So they poured it in my hand, and I handed it to the little boy. He just smiled.
Good.
And walked away. He's like, yeah, no, they want it. You never know what if it's an angel that God put it to test you, or if it's somebody that has in a situation that you have no clue about. You do what you can.
It may not be money. Conversation may be company or taking them serious. Speaking to them like equals. All of that shit could be what benefited at that moment.
Or just maybe feel a little less shame having to beg.
I think that's expounding on the idea enough. I want to go on, not to disrespect anyone, but to respect everyone. Wise as a serpent. Go ahead.
That me?
Yeah, that would be you.
This is gentle. I'm a gentle dove.
I just quoted the first part of the verse instead of the second.
All right, Roger. So once again, not leaning on my own understanding, which some might think is a cop out. I would turn to the Bible because I need to learn. In John, it's 10:27 through 30. My sheep, to Base's point where he said, I've never heard God's voice, or I've never heard God speaking to me. My sheep hear my voice, so perhaps you're not one of his sheep. And I know them, and they follow me. Goes on to say, and I give unto them eternal life, and they shall never perish. What do you think that means? That's interesting. Neither shall any man pluck them out of my hand. So no other man can pluck you out of God's hand. I think only you can remove yourself by blaspheming the Holy Ghost. 29 goes on to say, my Father which gave them, meaning his sheep, to me is greater than all, and no man is able to pluck them out of my Father's hand. And he goes on to say, I and my Father are one. So, and I know there's some people that don't believe in the Trinity, and I just find these words to be very fascinating, especially the beginning. My sheep hear the sound of my voice, and they follow me. So
is that you saying that there is no way that you could lead someone to God because they must know him or not already on their own? There's nothing you can do.
No, the Bible commands us to go forth and to preach the gospel to all creatures, all corners of the world. So
that's what you would do. Preach the gospel is what you would do to make them better. Yeah.
But the other thing too is that like when it's a great question, Joe Cool. So when I'm broadcasting,
it wasn't mine, it's based.
Well, no, your follow on kind of really, really is trying to get me to, kind of expose what I'm saying too. So when I'm broadcasting seed, right? When I'm sowing seed, I'm not responsible for the condition of the heart of the hearer of that seed.
Yeah.
Right. I can sow the seed, or I might come along and water seed that somebody else sowed. Only God can provide the increase. Right. And there's a level of, you have to accept it. You have to be able to hear it. Right. In order to receive it. So I'm not responsible. So if I've spoken to anyone at any point in time and extolled the virtues of God, and that Jesus loves you, he's got a plan, that he came down, he died on the cross for 3 days, he resurrected, he secured death from hell, and he's up and he's the right hand of the Father right now, and no one gets to the Father but through the Son. I've done my part. Now, whether you confess that, whether you believe that as a non-believer or a skeptic, I'm not responsible for that.
That's a good answer.
I am responsible, though, for the way that I conduct myself. For instance, Marty's experience earlier. I mean, would I say
Did you
that
jump Marty GS? Did you jump Marty or something?
No, I'm saying Marty expressing her experience that she had earlier with other Christians. I think we are responsible for, to Richard's point, to be wise as serpents and gentle as doves in all things.
Yes, I'm working on that second part.
I think
Me
that's
too.
a succinct answer. El Perro.
That was a good answer. So.
And 5, 4, 3, 2, Marty.
Well, I don't believe in the Christian God, so I really don't have a.
You can use based other. He said God and love could possibly be interchangeable. Why don't you?
Well, she could also use her own understanding and just speak to that.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at. So if I was going to try and bring somebody into, I'll use my specific brand of paganism. I would conduct myself and conduct how I treat other people and treat them with respect, and just show them just love, just show them love and be respectful and as kind and patient as possible. But we don't really have that in paganism, so, or at least in my brand of paganism, so I don't really have.
I don't have what? Love?
No, I don't have to try and convert people.
Okay.
We don't have that.
They don't have a proselytizing
right
as a member, necessity.
There's no Great Commission. So
I don't understand either term, but I do know what you guys are saying. I can take by the context.
Hillary's will save you for last. Go ahead. And Batman.
I'd like Base to answer too, if he can answer at the end, if that's possible.
For sure.
Well, we'll invite
if he has an answer.
Yeah.
I like it when he struggles.
So I actually so to answer this question, I will actually give an example that kind of alludes to what GS said. A lot of the time it's just planting seeds, right? As a Christian, if you're commanded to love your neighbor as you love yourself, right? Love being the verb, as in the things you do, right? Not just having a feeling towards people, right? Then as a Christian, you should follow that commandment. And you can't sit there and say you love Jesus, but you don't love your neighbor or even your enemy.
Jesus would say that. He said something like that, didn't he? You can't love.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
So, the idea is that, the love that you show other people will plant that seed at the end of the day, because that's what brought me to Christ. I grew up hating Christians, right? And it was just one Christian woman who showed me grace in a situation where she didn't have to. She certainly couldn't afford it, but she did it anyways, and she never asked for anything in return, not even asked me to go to church. Her only request was for me to just give the Bible an earnest reading when I get older. Read the other books too if I wanted to. That's all she asked me, and that's what I did. And because I did that and I gave it an earnest reading, right, I came to my beliefs. So it's the works that she did, the fruits that she bared, that brought me to Christ. And I think, unfortunately, we as Christians sometimes tend to focus on the spiritual aspects of things, right, versus the actual practice. Because I think if we practice, Christianity, we could save people, not necessarily just in a spiritual sense, right, but also in an earthly sense. Kind of like a Bob Marley saying, if you know what life is worth, you look for years on earth, right? Focus on what's here. Just because you might have an idea or even knowledge of what, might happen, when we're not around anymore on this plane, right? And after the final judgment or whatever, doesn't mean that we shouldn't do anything here. So yeah, I think our works, the fruits that we bear, should really be what we should be using to bring people to Christ, right? Because it's our faith that reflects those things.
So far, all of our answers have been similar.
I disagree.
El Perro, are you here now? El Perro.
Oh no, it's not
we're peroless, and that was a very bad joke. How about Sammy? Do you have an answer on this? And we're de-Sammy'd as well. Oh,
hold on.
Okay.
I'm having
technical difficulties. I think Base has a different answer.
In the meantime, space, Hillary's.
If you are defining God as love, I think it would be unrealistic to expect an auditory verbal response. But if you view God as the action of loving, then I'm sure either you have loved others, which is God speaking through you, or they have loved you, which is Him speaking through them to you.
Again and again, it's similar. Your actions would be love.
Yep.
Yeah. You show through your actions.
El Perro, last chance before you get skipped on this question.
He did say he has to be right back in the private chat. He says he has a constipated dog.
Yeah, but he didn't give an exact precise seconds for me to count down, so I'm just stuck guessing, although aware of it. And thank you for the information, just the same, Marty. And I don't know which part to hone in on, really, based. Since I believe God is a set of immaterial constructs that's described throughout the text, and especially in the book of Isaiah, that the God itself can do no thing, and that any practitioner of God, say you, me, Michael, the Father, whomever, at differing degrees of accuracy, can be exemplary of things like love and grace, empathy, and understanding. So, and then to the idea of proselytizing, I believe the text there where it speaks of that is talking about those who had just recently ascended, being compelled to write the Bible for the next earth, and that's what it means by all the earth. Is all? I think that should have had an S on it. All the earths. Of course, in the Christian understanding, they would never have translated it that way. So that it's only not speaking to the necessity of us and our subjective opinions, trying to bring others to our own subjective opinion, but is actually speaking about distributing religions to the next planet of human beings. Not sure that's a great answer.
You mean religions, not just some form of spirituality. You mean religions, yeah.
Well, I don't. You'd have to tell me how you're using those words.
I guess
what I meant. But if I could answer before, if I could attempt an answer of what I think you said, you could correct me, please, Joe Cool. What I'm saying is that once whatever tribe became agrarian enough that they had 3 hours to sit down per day, and they weren't just constantly chasing food, that a messenger came to them, which is why all peoples have the story of the messenger. Never heard of one that doesn't. and they were introduced religion, some through stories in the stars, some through costume and dance, some through great poetry, others through law. But everyone was given the story of heaven at some point of their beginning, and that's what I mean by distribution of scriptures.
You just made me think, though, that religion is probably not a bad word, because if you're right and it comes through a messenger, it seems like messenger always means religion. And maybe it's not supposed to, but you always end up worshiping that messenger and making a religion out of them. If there's a messenger involved, there's probably a religion involved.
Yeah, I've broadly held that what has happened is with religion is it was an explanation of a return of the human people from the sky, and a description of their great technology and power mistaken for magic.
I want to go more on that technology shit, but I still want to hear based answer.
Are you back? Oh, he said goodbye now. Okay. Thanks for coming by, El Perro. Appreciate what little we did hear from you, but appreciate it. And Base, did you want to answer to yourself?
Sure.
Or share your opinion on the same?
Yeah. And I'll preface by...
Agreed again, by the way, Joe, I'm sorry. Agreed. Joe quietly said he wished we had more of that advanced technology, and I was like, yes.
Oh.
I didn't say that. I said I want to talk more about that technology because I got confused.
You cut your microphone off too quickly, and instead of people hearing agreed, we just heard greed. And we thought you were commenting on one of the 7 deadly sins. It was very confusing. Please allow yourself a little bit more.
Avoid interrupting based. Yeah, sorry. It sucks being on the other side.
You gotta get better at interrupting based.
You did pretty well. So yeah, I guess I would have expected from that question things like, spreading the message of my religion, or I don't know, working a shitty 9-to-5 job that I hate to provide for the ones I care, things along those lines. I guess my answer would be kind of broadly, I think there could be many answers to this, but one would be being honest with, the engagement of what we're talking about, right, broadly, coming from an honest place, which, by the way, I didn't say truth, making a distinguishment. And I think that a lot of people do aim to be honest, but the problem starts with them lying to themselves. And so they're coming from a place that's, not truth, not reality. And anyways, so that's sort of my answer is, being honest, but I know broadly we're all liars in a sense.
Honestly, again, that's leading through example. You're showing a motherfucker how to communicate honestly. To me, that's you putting your work in too to make the world a better place. I mean, and that's probably the story about the apple or whatever. What we put on, the clothes we put on to get away from God, the things that we do to get away from God, all the little deceptions and tricks that we come up with. If we were honest, I think we'd all get closer to him a lot faster.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah.
Living in paradise, you're suggesting?
I don't know if that's the thing. I think this is hell and this is a testing ground. I don't know if it gets as good as some people believe it gets. I don't think that's the purpose. I think the purpose here is to burn some shit up off of you. All that nonsense that you were over there talking about. Of course, Jesus, I would ride with you. I would do this. I'd be the greatest motherfucker. Let me hit you with a dose of reality. And I don't have to hear your opinion anymore. We know and have a distinct record of what you will and what you did do put in these situations. Most motherfuckers say, well, gotta understand, I gotta eat. It's 2024. We have built-in excuses why we don't have to be the best person we can. I'm trying, you know how it is. I'm better than so-and-so. Look at what dude would have did. So I'm a good guy.
What I was trying to allude to, and maybe I don't know if I was misunderstood or not, Joe, was that, and that was because I was agreeing with you, that a lot of us, including myself, will lie, will make excuses to hide and cover up our sins. And if we just didn't, and just was honest with ourselves and with God and with others, go
Yes.
back to the Garden
That
of
last
Eden,
part
walking
is
without the fig leaves.
that last part is going to be your final test. Get honest with yourself and God. But something about these people out here, they want you to bend and believe as they do. If you have a different belief, you get chastised for it. You know what I'm saying? If it's if it's time to whoop some guy's ass because he did some sin, you better fall in line. You can't be out there talking mercy for that guy. Oh, you support his evil act? Motherfucker go flip it on you, bro. The people are the worst.
Yeah, and I think most of us, if not all of us, have no idea, right? There's famous quotes about the capacities of human evil.
I mean, I don't like people. That's why I work with dogs.
I can agree with that. Yeah, I prefer dogs over most people as well.
I know this question's broad, Marty, but is man's nature good or bad?
Asking me?
You, yeah, ain't your name, Marty?
Oh, are we talking about just basic nature or capacity?
I don't want to give you more. Take it for what it's worth. I'll define it more if I have to. I'd rather not. I'd rather you take it in the colloquial sense as people use it. As man's nature good or bad?
Open question, you're saying, right, Joe?
Yeah, as open as possible. I don't want to define it. I meant in it opening it, to see where you're going to go with it without me adding.
I don't
The
really.
longer you hesitate, the more intriguing this shit gets to me, yo.
It is. She's having to think about it.
I've seen crappy people and I've seen good people. When I say I don't like people, it's me being a cynic from waiting tables on and off for 20 years. So and working retail. So I'm a little bit cynical about people.
That made me think. It made me think of that question. Do you think naturally, by nature, man is good or bad, or anything along the lines?
I think maybe man tries to be good, and I think maybe sometimes we screw up. It's people.
GS, what's man's nature? I'm probably gonna jump you a little bit because if you try to dodge this one, I'm gonna jump you. Good or bad?
Well, I kind of alluded to it earlier. I think paradoxically, when you're the problem and the solution, how do you square that circle, right? Like if like I said earlier, when a knucklehead gets things wrong and that
Hold
knucklehead.
on, excuse me. I think I got coyotes. I'm sorry, and I asked you the question. Hold on, I got to make sure. All right, we got dogs and the coyotes. I'm sorry. Yes.
No problem. So basically, I think I kind of answered it pretty simplistically, but it's kind of a dodge at the same time because it's the paradox, right? Like how do you solve for human indecency?
I gotta accept the answer. I don't know if there is a answer either way. There is a balance. Richard, you got something you can add to that? I know the question is not great.
No, I think the question is just fine. I think human nature is ignorance and innocence due to the ignorance. Okay. And from the perspective of heaven, we don't know everything we need to know. We're a stubborn people. It's very difficult to change our mind in a correct direction. And I mean, there's a saying. It's easier to lie to someone and convince them that it's true than to convince them they were lied to.
It seems that way. Beating flat earthers.
I think that's just our nature. But I also don't think that heaven is ignorant of our nature. After all, it says, I don't know how many times we have pride problems. We don't know what's going on. Your ways are not my ways, etc., etc. I could quote 1,000 verses. Yeah. So that's my answer.
I dig it. And I'm gonna hear what I want to hear when you or other people talk, and I'm hearing that our nature, in the sense that I was asking the question, is you put a bunch of them on there. I think you said stubborn, whatever those things would be our nature. But there's something to be said about the duality. What GS is talking about. There's something, I don't know if it's the fucking Holy Spirit or something. That there is something that, if that is our nature, makes us try and transcend whatever that is, to gain the knowledge, to be a better person. And then one has an argument that that's your nature. That's your true nature that you're trying to get to. So I don't know the answer to the question either.
I can take a shot at that.
Yeah.
Same. Go ahead. So,
Okay, so
man.
I think that man's nature at its core is good, but because of the curse or the fall,
I like it.
It prevents us from exercising our nature fully. And so I think that after the resurrection, when we have, after obviously when you're saved and we have new bodies, we'll be able to express that goodness in its fullest way, being in the presence of God.
I want to change my answer. I want to go with what dude said. That sounds.
Nah, you ain't changing your answer, bro. You ain't copy my homework.
Right. Yes, but that sounds more logical. The fight up here, the third of the heavenly hosts were cast down here with the devil to run the world, blah, blah, blah. They have an influence. That influence will be keeping you away from what you are supposed to be, and our desire to keep trying to get back over there. All of that shit has logic behind it.
Hillary's are based?
I think that we're born into this situation and that we're predators, so we're kind of predisposed toward a predatory nature.
Meaning hurt shit and not, take or something. Run shit,
be warlike, aggressive, stuff
Yes.
like that.
Interesting, man. Interesting. I saw a guy who was talking about that stuff that we have in us, that where we have to dominate and fend for food and win all the shit, and ego, all of that shit that come from our early man, that we overestimate how much it is. And he said most of it is trauma from what we're talking about now, because our true nature is one thing, but we keep going over to what the things we see here that we think like that are not natural. And the people pull us in that direction, and not allow us to live our true nature. And the disruption there with not living your true self causes a mental, I can't speak to save my life, but a certain mentality that we all act out and act like we're traumatized and shit, and we can't get our act together. But it's not nature, is what he was saying. It's not, I'm a caveman, I must survive, and it's innate in us. He's like, that's just a small thing. Mostly it's because you're not living and doing the things that you're supposed to be doing. That was an interesting argument. The reason he thought it was so interesting, because if it's innate in us, we're caveman-like, then we can't get out of it. But if it's some type of psychopathy, we could break that cycle.
So I have a question and an apology. Question for Hillary's email. Do you want to continue this by hosting?
You mean on my channel?
Or you could just continue here or share it to your channel, however you choose to do this.
I can continue moderating for a while.
Okay. To everyone else, thank you. To Hillary's too. Thanks for coming by. Thanks for being here. Thanks for sharing your opinions. It's added to my experience in ways that I could never thoroughly thank you for. But I'll make the feeble attempt by saying I really appreciate all of you. I love you all, and I look forward to the day that we're all great friends in heaven. Until next time, from at least me, Richard Madsen, Demolished Doctrine, good night and good luck and Godspeed.
All right, be easy, chat, and you
Take care,
cats
brother.
on panel.
I'm gonna get out of here too. I had a really long day today. I had a double shift today, so I'm tired. All right, I'm out of here, you guys.
All right, good night.
Good night.
Well, 3 other people left. Take it whichever way you want to go.
Damn, everybody's bouncing on us.
Based, yes. Do you have anything?
I've always got something. I try to listen a little bit more than I talk, though, so I can learn. But no, I really do appreciate the conversation. If people want to have the rest of the evening off, I'm okay with that as well. I think I've been filled up a little bit. I've been edified a wee bit.
A wee bit. Yeah. No. I will say, getting having these conversations and getting like all these different perspectives, definitely kind of reinforces the idea to me, at least, like, why, even though it's technically circular in nature, right? You're commanded to love everyone, right? You're commanded to love God. You're commanded to love everyone. But if you don't love everyone, you don't love God, because everyone is made in God's image. Like, there's no, like, it's a iron tight circle. You see what I'm saying? And I think that's kind of set up deliberately that way, right? Because of her nature. I don't know. Maybe I'm an optimist, but I think most people have the propensity to be good and loving, because people can be good and loving towards those people who they favor, right? Especially their own children. And so if you can be good and loving towards your children, you can be good and loving in general. Something
But some
Jesus
people
said.
can't. Some people can't love themselves and they can't love their kids.
I mean, barring folks with, I don't know, maybe physical or mental disorders, probably, or what do you call them again? Personality disorders. I can understand those circumstances, right? But for everyone else, who don't suffer from that, to me at least, it seems to me that it's a choice. Because the second they'll they'll treat other people like garbage, they'll go home and they'll kiss their kid, tell them they love them, and do all that stuff, treat them well, right? And so I think that alone is indicative that those people are capable of love. It's just that they choose to express it, to certain people under certain circumstance. I'm not saying it is, it's easy, right? Because I think that concept is probably the thing that I wrestled with the most, considering how I grew up in the shit that I experienced, right? Um, Being loving towards people in general, shit, I I don't even want to be around people half the time. So it's just one of those things that it took a while for me to kind of grasp and understand. It's like I understand the words, but I don't understand the reasoning why I have to practice that. So it took me a while to get to that point. and Bates, I don't know if you're listening. I feel like I owe you an apology. I think the last time we interacted, I called you a absurdist. Even though, to be fair, I was not using it as a pejorative. It was more so a observation. So if by any, if any way you're offended by that, my apologies. But based on my prior experience with people who have that ilk, it's typically not worth having any meaningful conversation with them. At the end of the day.
Oh, it's. I believe the Bible said and I'm paraphrasing that it's. Let me make sure my mic's on. Yes, it is. Okay, that it's impossible that offenses will come our way. It's impossible for them not to. But as Christians, we're not supposed to pick up that offense. That's something I definitely have to work on. As a Christian. So. And
Yeah,
count
man.
it all joy, brethren, when you fall into certain trials and tribulations, because it's an opportunity to prove your faith, right? Perfect it.
Yep.
So, yeah.
To Dirty Varmint's pleasure, Paul wanted that thorn to be removed from him.
Mm-hmm.
And God did not remove that shit.
He said, "My grace is sufficient for thee."
Yep. He didn't remove it.
Yep.
I'm just throwing Dirty Varmint a bone there. But yeah, man, there's a lot of things in Christianity that I used to struggle with a lot, and I think a lot of it too has to just kind of deal with the societal programming, that I went through, and it's like, I feel like the Holy Spirit helped to deprogram me in a lot of ways. Now, was that something at the time that I was conscious of? I wouldn't even know. But the only thing I kind of notice is that, like, the more I read my Bible, not just for this, not even for the sake of just like maybe doing research on something, right? I'm always coming across something that is helpful that that kind of allows me to develop, my character as a person. But yeah, the practice part, shit, man, that's the tough part.
Yeah, I would agree. I'm gonna go ahead and hop off here because it seems like the conversation has dried up a wee bit. Unless you have a question you have for me, particular about these topics.
I guess we can just call it a night. You gonna be gaming?
Yeah, I'm playing. It's called Luma Island. I don't know if you messed with it. It's just a little cutesy cozy kind of like RPG / adventure. Kind
One
of.
of those chill games, pretty much.
Yeah, it's like a little Farmville type thing, or just a little keep your brain active. I'd recommend looking into. My wife is absolutely addicted to it right now. She loves it. Yeah. I bought a copy for another guy. Hopefully he'll enjoy it.
What's the name of it?
It's called Luma Island. Here, I'll type it in the chat. And it's just really awesome soundtrack. The graphics are pretty nice. It's just chill. It's not super stressful. Just a way to kind of chillax. I don't think Based heard you earlier, but
oh, my bad. My mic was echoing.
No. Earlier I was apologizing because I think the last time we interacted, I called you an absurdist. I didn't say it as a pejorative, right?
That's fine.
But a lot of it is just from my past experience with people like that. And so
you never met a person like me in your life, Batman. But nah, there's no apology necessary. We save those for. Nah, We'll see. We'll see.
Yes, you can apologize to me. That's fine.
All right. Are you ready? Are you ready?
Yeah, you're gonna exit. All right, guys.
You gotta take what you could get, right? But yeah,
why do you not want to have arguments with absurdists?
Because it's usually a circle jerk. It's masturbatory for the absurdist and leads you nowhere. It's like buying stock in a merry-go-round.
Okay.
That's a pretty succinct way to put it.
I mean, I guess if you're trying to strengthen your arguments, I guess it could be beneficial to your point, Hillary. It's a question of faith, I think, like a good faith. If someone's bringing a good faith to the situation, or if they're just trying to get a rise out of you or something like that. I don't really know what an absurdist is, actually. If you want to,
an absurdist is one who determines the value of things for themselves. They don't believe in an objective standard.
So simply put, the value that everything holds, right, is completely subject to them. And so if they don't think something is, if they don't think it's valuable, they won't approach it as such. So essentially, a lot of your conversations can end up being, well, I don't think that's useful. I don't think that's valuable.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with absurdist, but I would say that objectively we could discern what is more valuable, and then it would be in the subjective to whom, right? So to me, it's not valuable to talk about the shape of the earth. I just don't care. It doesn't move the needle for anything. And what I've heard out of some of them, right, or flat or whatever, is, well, if we were able to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt, then we would know that they, whoever they is, but, we could refer to a they in society, that they have been lying to us about so much more. And my retort to that is, if you don't think you're being lied to about plenty of things already, I don't know what to say. Media full of lies. I mean, social media full of lies. A lot of pictures are lies, right? Filters. Some people would say that makeup can be a lie, right? So I'm just getting at that. I think we can prioritize the importance of something, but it would still come back to a subjective standard. To whom is it important? And then we could discern, well, is it important in their mind or their spirit, or is it actually important to the reality, such as shape of the earth? Well, what would it change if you found out that it was flat, or you affirmed that it is round? What difference does it really make?
Straight up.
Yeah, that's my argument.
Bigger topics to focus on that would change reality in a higher perspective.
To what end, though?
Yeah.
And in case people aren't reading the site yet, B.S. Lewis and I are both absurdists.
But my question would be, to what ends, though? I mean, if
just based upon my observation, everything in my life of reality, I don't believe that there is an objective. I think that everything is subjective and transactional.
So then, well, that still doesn't really. I mean, maybe I'm inartfully asking my question, but being that if you could find out what the shape was, and you said that everything's subjective, nothing's objective, what would be the point of finding out the shape of the thing? To what end?
We can communally decide what that shape is, and if we all agree this is a cone, then we can go based off that.
So then it would be objective. So I thought you said everything was subjective.
No, because we all have minds, and we can't find something that's mind independent that will tell us, yes, this is a cone in all reference frames.
And if we're being literal, the Earth is not, I think it's probably not a sphere exactly. Correct. Or flat exactly.
Correct.
Probably somewhere in between, and I would discern more round, right? So with that said, if I were to find out tomorrow that it's flat, does that mean I can get to China quicker, right? Like, it makes no difference, period.
That's a great point. And the thing is, when it comes to flight management computers for aircraft, they treat the Earth as if it was a series of flat scales. So each time you go from one point to the next, it's calculating a flat route. And it just does that over and over again. And calculus does the same thing.
And I guess my point in delving into that is it seems to me that most people that I've experienced, known to whatever degree, tend to concentrate more on things that they can't change, that are out of their control, and very little on things that are actually within their control. And
You're right.
there could be many reasons why. I have my own thoughts.
Well, that's one of the beautiful things about absurdism is that serenity prayer. We're going to say we don't know what's beyond the edge of the visible universe. All that we can say is what's within arm's reach. So let's talk about that first.
Right. Yeah. That's kind of where I'm coming from, right? Is priority to, like the masses. Why spend so much time on TikTok? And let's say TikTok. I don't use it. I'm sure you all are somewhat familiar with it. And you can go down, tunnels and funnels and rabbit holes. And I suspect they make it very easy to stay on that app for 12 hours or whatever the case, right? People are on there all day. I would say addicted. But the marketing also makes it very easy for someone to do that, right? It's very stimulating, proven that certain brain chemicals are altered, right? Like the levels of by certain actions. So it makes people feel something, right? It can make them feel happy or sad or angry, whatever the case. But it seems to me a lot of people are kind of stuck in these like loops of useless information. Not that it's all a lie, or even if it was all true, a lot of it is absolutely useless to the person's life. And in fact, studies show, vaguely that people forget most of what they deem, that their brain deems to be useless. It doesn't even stick with them, right? So next day they're right back on there doing the same thing as if it never happened. One way of looking at
Roundtable, I'm not sure if you're aware of the implications of what you said, but if you're saying, yeah, a brain surgeon does operate subjectively, he's doing it from his eyes, point of views, and his tactile sensation. He's not doing it from what the planet Mercury is feeling, and he's not doing it from a quark or a boson a galaxy away. He's doing it very subjectively. Same with the electrician. Objectivity, if you really go all the way to the end, objectivity, I believe I can prove, does not exist. It simply does not exist. We just have something we call objective, which is basically communal, transactional subjectivity. It's what we all agree upon.
I think they both exist, but that neither is a binary. That what I would refer to as objective reality isn't perfectly objective. And I don't mean that as a cop-out. I literally see it as that.
It sounds like you're basically just rephrasing what I said. It's not perfectly objective.
Yeah.
So would you say that so you'll grant that a world exists that's independent of us, right? And so our observation of that world and how our brain translates it, right, is our reality, right? And so if everyone is looking at the same thing, and let's say 99% of the people say, hey, I've seen the same thing, I'm experiencing the same thing, right? But that 1% is like, nope, that's not what I'm experiencing, that's not what I'm seeing, right? Do you take away the objective observation simply because that tiny percentage do not see or even accept what they're experiencing?
Time can be interpreted very different. There's many real world stories of anecdotes of people in flow state, for instance, who reportedly have a very different interpretation of what has been deemed objective time and truth. I can tell you a bunch of true statements. Right now, I can give you 4 true statements that will lead you to believe something that I'm coming from a dishonest place in. Now, the statements can be true, but what you get out of that ends up being sort of dishonest, right? And we've seen people do this. Very good salesmen do it. PR use strategies like this. The news could have a whole bunch of truth in it, true statements that form a dishonest picture of reality. So to even say that truth is objective, to a degree, we could sort of say trees are real, right? Objective, but I'm just saying I don't think things are so black and white, so binary, and I don't even see the utility behind it.
I mean, you're definitely correct in that how individuals, for example, experience time is subjective, mainly because it is relative, right? I'm definitely not going to dispute that. That's obvious. I'm more concerned about time itself versus how it's experienced, if that makes any sense. So sure, we can all experience time. Okay, well, that 1% is going to say, well, I don't experience time, right? That person is going to be like, I don't think this exists. So is it a situation where we say, okay, we throw we throw out the observation of everyone else, right? And just not go with something and set a standard that we are going to work by.
Yeah, that's sort of like collectivist thought. But at the same time, what if the truth teller, for instance, happens to be the only honest one in the group? To your point, for what you said, we can then say, well, it doesn't matter because the group believes that you can be an elephant if you identify that way or whatever it is. So I don't know that that's a good standard.
Sure, but remember the premise is based off of everyone observing one thing.
But everyone,
right?
but you said one person doesn't.
Yeah. No. Everyone is experiencing the same thing. 99% agree that they're looking at the same thing, but the 1% is denying that it's even there.
But that's the problem. If there's 1%, it's not everyone now, but you're saying everyone else other than the 1%. And what I would retort with is that I kind of view society as that. I think that 99% of people, I don't know if that's the exact number, would describe reality very different than I would. And of course you could say, well, I'm wrong and they're right. They're the majority. I'm the 1%. And to that logical purview, I guess you're right, but that's namely why I wouldn't agree with you.
Well, that's a logic fallacy. That's an argument to ad populum. So I would use caution to. I think that's what Based would be preaching right now. That even though 99% of the population on this earth are retards, you might want to listen to the one guy.
And to be clear, I don't think that 99%, for instance, to what GS was saying, I don't think that they're innately, from birth defective. I would describe the majority as drugged up and programmed. And that's how I put it. I'd have to delve into what that means because the retort, of course, would be, well, not everyone is smoking crack, but I don't think that it has to be that extreme. If you look at stats, I do pull up stats as reference points. And if you look at the average man in America, the average of all men that we could form an average man with, he is fucked up. He is completely fucked up. And I'm not talking about money. I know what the average income is, the median income around $60K a year. I'm not talking about that. Ironically, I think money is the least of most people's problems, but they think it's the most. But that's sort of tangenting.
Yeah, sure. I don't necessarily disagree with that. I think that in order for us to function in a society, we have to be trained one way or the other, right? That's a given. So the question is, is it more so a matter of how we are trained to think? Because how you process your reality is dependent on the mental tools that you have, right? Like if you go through, like for example, if they teach you logical reasoning in school, right? Your perspective on things are going to be very different than someone who doesn't really even use logic outside of just base instinctual stuff, right? So so are you saying that the objectivity not existing is as a result of a inconsistent type of programming that we go through?
Well, remember, I didn't say just programming, right?
Sure. I'm just
I said
focusing on
drugged
just
up.
that part, though.
Well, no, I understand, but I think that necessarily we need to include both because both do exist. There's environmental factors, unavoidable factors. In fact, we were just talking about them, right? Like, how can one 100% verify that they don't get heavy metals? I don't think that's possible. But with that said, there is a combination of these elements, and I do believe it is propagated. You mentioned training, and I think if I'm to go along with that training, we can just agree on that. If the training is coming from dishonest places, I don't even want to talk about truth, but dishonest places, right? Like sort of grifting, right? Promising the people XYZ if they do XYZ. But when you look at it from the outside view, with some knowledge, obviously, be able to tell, well, you're not possibly going to be able to get to where you've been promised to be able to get based on the fact that it was dishonest. It wasn't real. It was not reality. It just isn't. Like, okay, you can be a whore and spread your legs for everyone, and it doesn't make any difference. Doesn't make one difference. You're fine. Like this type of promotion throughout society, whereas we can see the consequences. I mean, it's not always 100% visible all the time, but we can look at reference points in people who have experienced such things that might even warn some of them, the younger crowd, you don't want to do this, right? Don't want to be an alcoholic. Don't want to be on social media all day, right? There's plenty of different right things that are being programmed, or as you said, trained, right? The education system, the corruptness of the political system, right? A lot of our leaders are not just saying things that sound good or sound horrible, which I would push back on good cop, bad cop. That's really all that's happening. But they're also promoting through their actions ongoing corruption, moving money in illegal ways, but it's okay. They're politicians. If you have a big enough clout following, you can get away with XYZ crime, right? This is all part of the programming. So I just wanted to mention that to not make it seem as if there's a binary. I'm just blaming, for instance, the education system or just this, right? There's a conglomeration of many different forces that are effectively, as you put it, training people.
Yeah, I think that's very obvious. A matter of fact, so Australia, Aussie right, has they've basically passed a law banning children under 16 from social media, right?
Yeah.
Now, sure, you can pass a law, but how do you enforce it?
Right.
And you run into a situation where on TV broadcasting, you'll hear some of the politicians say, well, we're looking into a few ways. We're not looking into any way that's super invasive, like, facial recognition and stuff like that, where behind closed doors, they're basically trying to pull a China on a national level.
Yeah.
Right? And so it's just one of those things where it's like, okay, you want, in order to enforce this new rule that you've passed, you are requiring every single person to basically give up their privacy, right? Who wants to use
Well,
like
ironically,
the
they already
main
did.
social
But
media,
yeah.
platform.
Yeah.
Yeah, ironically, they already kind of did.
But I do
But
hear
there's a
you.
difference between. But there's a difference between when 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 the government does it and is forcing you to do it, than
Yeah.
when you choose to do it, right, with a private company, right?
Yeah,
That's the
exactly.
difference.
Well,
So
well,
now
I
you
would,
run
I, w-
into.
yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, I would assert that that is genuine desire, right? Does somebody want to or not want to or not want their kids to versus being forced to? And I think we can see the difference. People don't follow for long rules that they find ways around. But when somebody genuinely wants to, for instance, stop their kids from doing it, they will figure out a way. If they really want to, right, do that upon their own. But they might look at it like the government stepping in. That's bullshit. We don't want that. And like you're saying, invasion of privacy. I think it's all nonsense. I don't even think it's worth discussing because kids will find a way around it.
Yeah, they'll find a way around it, and I think to me, right, because they're certainly not gonna like ban the social media platforms, right? They're collecting a lot of tax dollars from them,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Yeah.
And so, at the end of the day, to me, it comes back down to that training conversation, right? Where you as a parent, you are responsible for your child, right? And you should have the capacity to be able to train your child even up to the point of saying, listen, you're not to have this particular thing. And what you can do, you can ask your government to give you resources that will help you to achieve that versus doing like this blanket shit that's going to let you give up your privacy. It's crazy to me, yo.
I mean, yeah, I hear you on that. But truly, if an individual parent wanted, or family, let's say it's a two-parent household, otherwise it get complicated. But let's say they really truly wanted their child not to be on social media. One option would be to get the fuck out of wherever they are, whether it's the country or whatever the case. And I know that may be extreme. That may be the extreme measure. But I'm just saying there are ways to do it. And a lot of times it seems to me that people aren't willing to do whatever it is, whether it's about the food or the media or whatever, that they're kind of like, oh, well, I have no choice. And little Billy goes to daycare. I can't control what happens there, this type of thing. And they sort of try to alleviate their responsibility as a parent when in reality they could. I'm not saying it would be fun. I'm not saying you would like it, but they could do what would be a better option potentially. Because I actually think that shit is poison for children and for adults for that matter, but even more so for children. And I don't mean to, if anyone here, had their kids on it or they were, it is what it is, right? There's lots of traps in society. There's lots of bullshit, right? And a lot of times we realize things in retrospect. So I'm not trying to beat anyone up. I'm just saying that people a lot of times, again, going back to, don't control the things that they can. I didn't say it would be convenient or fun, but that they can, and instead concentrate on things that they have really no control over, such as politics. As far as I'm concerned, the politicians at this point are fucking rogue. Like the idea of, oh, we're going to fix it at the voting booth. I think you're high.
What's up, Noel? Noel just got in. Just wanted to say hi.
Hey, OD, not much.
You got anything you want to say?
Agreeing, pretty much. No, I pretty much agree. Like, again, I have a child who's 12, so I understand the whole social media thing being an issue. It actually came up with him. So you really, there's nothing you can monitor your kid as much as you want, but like you said, they're gonna find a way. My child found his way through school because they have, now they have computers now because of COVID, and so my kid has his own personal computer for the school, and the school doesn't monitor what is allowed and appropriate for school. So if the school is allowing social media sites and all these sites that I don't want my child on because I don't want him to have access to the internet, when he's in school, I have nothing, no control over that, right?
Right.
And so whatever he gets into, It's like, well, what am I can do? I can only stress it enough to the teachers. I don't want my child having a computer, but he needs it for his education, right? It's like, well, there's what do we
Right.
do your job or something, right?
It's funny
It-
because
yeah.
because when I used to work with this real estate private equity firm, I was a systems administrator, and the owner of the company told me, "Hey, listen, I think a lot of people are slacking. What can you do about this social media stuff?" I'm like, "Oh, you want me to block everyone from going on social media?" He's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Okay," and that's exactly what I did. Right? You cannot, as long as you are on that company's Wi-Fi. Well, there's uh,
Talking
or
about
on the network.
intranet versus internet, right? Is that what
Yeah.
you're talking about? Yeah.
Yeah, like you cannot go on any social media website. And that's something, for example, could be implemented in a school, right? Because
Yeah,
all of
whatever
those
happened to
computers,
blacklisting things, right?
yeah, but you can do it on a network level, not just like on each PC.
Yeah, and there'd still be ways around that. And, part of where I was going is that the only way, as far as I'm concerned, to truly change human behavior is it's not, first of
Jesus.
all, it's not to restrict, it's not to put in fear, let's say that, which is one problem with the legal system. But with that said, is to go after genuine desire, right? Whether it's an inception, not to get too deep on this, but I'm just saying, is that when people feel that they want to quit this or stop that or start doing something good, then they will do it much more readily than when they are forced to.
I mean, I don't, first of all, I don't disagree, right? So what I'm about to say is not necessarily in disagreement with what you're saying, right? Um, I think the nuance point to that is that it depends on the society, right? If people are perfectly fine with being being entertained, right? Having food in their bellies, right? And having a sense of freedom and privacy, not actual freedom and privacy, right? Then they're content. They're not going to really give a shit about what their government does at the end of the day, right? As long as they can get those base needs. And so,
Yeah, I mean, living in delusion to a degree.
yeah, it is, right? Let's call it for what it is. And so it's not a situation where information isn't out there or the data isn't out there for us to come up with solutions to all of these problems that we're facing that the government can fix. It's just that most people really don't give a shit about putting in the effort. And so to me, what bothers me the most is that everyone is putting the responsibility to fix everything into one person's hands or a few people's hands.
Who?
Right?
You mean politicians?
Government. Politicians.
And ironically, they should be putting it in their own hands. As far as I'm concerned, if we were to, sort of extrapolate time and just speed things up, a better people acting better, being better, more loving towards themselves, first off, would necessarily lead to these problems solving themselves, meaning that again, if we refer back to the average man, all right, I'm not saying anyone here, I'm just saying that when you look at the stats of what makes him up, he's kind of an alcoholic, he's on social media all day, he's whacking it to porn nearly every night, right? The list goes on and on. We can stop there. So when we look at the average man, if men were to truly get better, if whatever that is were to die out, then these issues that people fight over would necessarily fix themselves, because a better man, to frame it like that, wouldn't even tolerate the fuckery that goes down in our society. They wouldn't tolerate it. And right now, I think there's a very small subset of men that, would fit in the category of, detoxified, deprogrammed. That's how I put it. Essentially understanding reality. Because to your point, a lot of people complacent and, whatever. It's fine as long as these basic needs seem to be met, but really it's just their emotions. I feel okay for the moment because I'm drugged up. But what we see is that antidepressants, for instance, this one standard, is only going up with age. I'm not saying over time, I'm saying with age. The largest group in America that are on SSRIs are the 60 plus group, and it's namely women. I wonder why. Does it take rocket science to figure that out? And it's over a quarter of women over 60 on an antidepressant, SSRI. I mean, what the fuck? This America, we don't care about the elderly. We don't care about the young. We flush them down the fucking toilet. Right? No big deal. It was a mistake, whatever. So the idea of, we need to fix the laws, it's ass backwards. The laws are essentially, I'm not saying that individuals like us made them, but I'm saying the groupthink allows, the society allows what's happening. It's a reflection of people, the current laws. So the idea of, we're going to change the laws to make a better America without the people getting better in and of themselves. Again, going back to what you can change about you. People aren't doing that. But as you're saying, and I agree with you, they're like, government should do it. And then every time they're like, oh my God, I can't believe they didn't do it. I can't believe they did the opposite of what they said they were going to do. I thought taxes were going to go down.
But here's the kicker to me, right? Because you have a situation where you have young men are basically checking out of participating in society, right? And so one of the main reasons why a lot of them are checking out is that they don't think the system is set up for them, for them to benefit from it, right?
Yeah.
But here's the thing. A large percentage of men in the United States are raised in single mother households.
True.
Right? And so I'm not going to lie, my mindset versus a lot of my male friends' mindsets are very different in how we approach a lot of things, right? I'm more focused on just like if I see an issue, I address it, right? Even if I have to be aggressive sometimes, right? I have to be smart, but aggressive. The way how they see things, it's through a very emotional lens, and they're willing to give up their freedom to address issues, right? To let someone else handle it. That is a feminine nature type thing because women are more
responsibility, accountability in a sense, to put it like that.
Yeah, because women are more prone to give up their rights and freedom for protection. Right? And provisioning. And so I see that kind of bleeding over into men.
Yeah, you're right.
And that's a major problem.
Look, if we're to look at one metric, I know there's many ways we could dice it up, but look at testosterone levels of men over time in the U.S. Look, I'm not making this up. I'm not a fucking scientist, but apparently at this rate, this trajectory that we're on, it's going so low that by the year 2050, don't quote the year, but in the next 20 years or so, men won't be able to reproduce.
Yeah, they'll have reproduction issues.
Right, but this is to your point.
Water.
Yeah, and I know that you weren't talking about necessarily physicality or brain chemicals, but nonetheless, I do believe that they're highly related. I mean, it's a Venn diagram at the least.
Yeah, and go ahead, GSR.
Well, I appreciate that, and this is a great discussion. And we talked a little bit about this, Odin, earlier in the week. So I'm hearing a very familiar sentiment from your generation, like mid-30s and below, about feeling kind of like, hey, what's in it for us to take part in society in any kind of marital or commitment way to anyone other than ourselves. And I mean, men used to plant trees whose shade they would never enjoy. That's part of a legacy, right? Like I do this knowing that there's nothing in it for me, but there's something in it for what I'm leaving after me. What
Bro, I
my
haven't heard
legacy.
that in years.
So, well, and see that again. Well, that's part of the indoctrination that I think Base was talking about. So when I find out that something is what it is, I ask the question Socratically, why is this thing the way it is? And I further on go to pose: is it a bug or is it a feature? Is it a bug in the system? Is it an anomaly, or is it purposely being demonstrated on purpose, for a purpose, with a purpose? And I think it's a bit it's a bit more from column B than it is potentially from column A. And so the question again is, well, why? Well, if it's about weakening, especially the Western men, because you're not seeing this being replicated in more Asian. Well, Asian cultures are having well, to his point about lower testosterone, I think that is happening perhaps across the board, with maybe the exception of the Muslim world. You don't see the weakening of the man patriarch as a patriarch. What the hell's the word? I can't even speak right now.
Patriarchal societies.
Yeah, like the you're not seeing that in some cultures, right? And I would argue that a lot of these cultures are a lot easier to manipulate or control emotionally and less so physically, right? Like I don't know. I just think there's a lack of men sacrificing, and also it's also paradoxical because we are freaking expendable. We're built to be expendable. Look at the bees. You know, the males only just kind of like take up space, and their one purpose is to try to be the one that breeds with the queen. And when winter starts coming, all the females of the colony will drag them out and drop them right out. And if they try to get back in, they'll drag them out and drop them out again. Your purpose is done. You're sacrificed. The need of the colony is greater than the need of the male bee, and that's Machiavellian, but it's demonstrably effective in a commune or a colonistic way. I don't know if any of that made any sense, and it just seems like we're taking on a lot of the in modernity, we're taking on a lot of like weird unisex kind of attributes. I'm seeing the muscle mommies, in the gym looking buff as hell, and I'm seeing real weak ass. No, I mean, I'm seeing weak ass like men running around wearing dresses and carrying merces and stuff, and it's like,
think about it. They've sort of. I don't even mean to blame it on they, but in part they, in part individuals, gaslight themselves into the grass is greener on the other side, and there's sort of this mentality of, well, I would say accurately, it's a blessing and a curse to be a man. And women, I think, could probably, but again, I can't speak for them in this regard, but may feel similarly. But again, blessing and a curse, right? Like in some ways it sucks to be a man at times, right? It can be difficult, no reward, whatever the case. And in some regards, how I view it at least, is that women are, obviously they're individuals, humans, but I'm just saying that they're sort of at the mercy of men leading in terms of mankind. So when men are not leading well on the whole, right, societally, women are a reflection of that poor leadership. And I don't think that they would like to hear that, a lot of them. I mean, maybe they would. It'll leave some accountability, and I'm sure a lot of them like that part. But the other part is, oh, you're saying that we're not individuals that can make our own decisions. And it's like, look, generally speaking, you could not survive on your own. You are able to today because you don't need a man, because you have a society of men who replace a singular man. And as an example, OF, or whatever the case, is that there'll be, let's say, 1,000 men supporting a woman, and the woman giving a piece of herself, however you want to view that, to those 1,000 men rather than one man, singular man. So even though women don't need a man, they certainly need men. And I'm, by the way, not making the argument that men don't need women. Obviously, we need each other, or that's the end of society. But I'm just trying to make the distinguishment of, sort of, we're going into partner mode, right? Like, oh, let's be partners. I hate that word. I've grown to hate it. The idea of, well, who's in charge? Well, it depends. And it's like, well, it doesn't really work like that. It can work like that in some regards, like, maybe delegated responsibilities or things that one are better at. But what we do know for sure is that polarity between men and women has been a crux of what has allowed it to work all this time. And that polarity, which we could look at in the masculine and feminine, has been degrading to the point where, right, as you were both saying, I think women becoming more masculine, men becoming more feminine, and that necessarily, some people be like, oh, what's wrong with that? It is a big problem at scale. It's a big problem in the macro, and it's a big problem on the individual level. As per individual relationships, not having that polarity is a huge issue. And the lack of that polarity is sort of leaning towards what I describe as we're being moved to unis, right? Unis is what's coming in 2050 when men can't reproduce. I'm sort of joking, but sort of not.
Yeah. No, I think that's a really good point. I came across a blog a couple months ago where someone was making an argument, basically suggesting that boomers have taken advantage of the disposability of men, and that was kind of like the subtitle, right? And not saying I completely agree, but I do see the point that he's making, right? Where if you look at the wealth and where most of it is concentrated, right? Boomers hoard most of the wealth, right? Where does most of the wealth comes from? Well, it comes from a lot of sectors involving men doing a lot of work, young men, right? Young men dying, young men working, pretty much 24 hours, right? And there's no trickle down effect anymore, right? You'd think that if a man is working a decent job, he should be able to afford to buy a house, and his mortgage shouldn't be, more than, let's say, 20-25% of his income. But that's not the case, right? And that's because of there's a wealth distribution. So you, as a young man, and you realize this, right? As far as you're concerned, you're fucked, right? And so now you're gonna probably look at it as like, okay, what is gonna be that thing that I'm gonna do to either enjoy myself or to get rich quick, right? Or to just say, screw it, I'm just gonna, dive headfirst into escapism, right? And so with no guidance from dads, right? You run into a situation where you just kind of got a bunch of men in society who's not really even thinking for themselves, who don't really want to do shit for themselves, right? Unless it's some quick cash type shit, or they're trying to escape from the reality that they're in instead of just being brave, right? Men are supposed to be brave, right? Your bravery doesn't necessarily mean running in a house, but you should be brave enough to say, fuck it, I'm not going to stick to this situation. I'm going to go out there and I'm going to put in the effort and take risks. God knows, man. Listen, the harsh truth is that if, as a young man, right, the only way I could truly enjoy my life is to be wealthy, right, in this country. And I've been taking a lot of risks, right, investing a lot of money, right, to get to that point, right? And so, am I there yet? Hell no. But I learn from every single experience, bro. Right? But I will say though, I'm definitely not gonna be one of those guys who, if I do get there, I'm gonna turn my back on young men. Right? I would like to see a society where men are being more pragmatic, more independent in their thinking.
Independent men. Strong, independent men.
Yeah, right?
That's what we need.
So at the risk of being a power bottom and pushing back on your premise there,
Sure.
Odin, I'm gonna, because, and frankly, there is. I'm not going to say I'm without sympathy or empathy for your situation. I can empathize as a man with what the plight might be. I can sympathize as a woman, if I were a woman, with what your struggle might be. But I just hear a lot of I'm a victim, I'm a victim, I'm a victim. What I said before should have buoyed you. It should have bulwarked you. It should have strengthened you. It should have edified you by me saying that the purpose of being a man is to plant trees whose shade you won't enjoy. So your duty, Odin, is to go knock up a bunch of women, Genghis Khan style, and go forth, be fruitful, and multiply.
Yeah. How many baby mamas you got so far?
None, bro. That's definitely not especially with this family court system. Hell no.
So getting back to what you were, with the money, I'm going to restate. I think, and this isn't towards you, but I just want to set something. So I think that money is the least, one of the least problems of most men in this country. I'm not saying that they wouldn't like more money. I'm not saying that they couldn't facilitate getting to wherever it is they're trying to go, whether that's a mansion or freedom out in the country, whatever it is. But it is the least of their issues. I just want to make an example. The median adult in the U.S. male makes $60,000 a year. Now we know this isn't much, right? If you're in New York City, this is nothing.
That's
garbage. You can't own a car with $60,000, I would think, in New York City. You couldn't buy insurance for a fucking Camry, right? But anyways, in another part of the country, $60,000, if you strategize, right? Not that you'll be wealthy, but the point is you could certainly make it. And if you were to be able to take that $60,000, let's say it was a remote job, to let's say Thailand or somewhere in Mexico, that might last you even further. I mean, really, you might actually be doing pretty well with that there, depending. But my point is that even at $60,000 in, let's say, the average city living cost in the U.S., one could be, with that $60,000, have a lifestyle, and obviously there's factors and variables, but nonetheless, that is rather healthy in terms of what we were talking about in part, which is detoxifying, deprogramming, this type of thing, that would allow someone to see the truth in order to actually pursue freedom. And I am bringing it back to freedom because I do believe when talking about men that namely that is what, in a sense, that is what most men innately are looking for. And I do say innately. I'm not saying in this state. I'm not saying if you asked them, but I do believe that that is what we want, that we desire. And that freedom can look many different ways. So this doesn't have to be Little House on a Prairie. It could be to pursue your dream, your passion, to be an artist. I don't know. But I did want to make that point.
So no, that I think that's perfectly fine. Like, I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't do any kind of drugs, right? I live a fairly healthy lifestyle. I don't live above my means. Money that I save up, I invest in various different ways, so I can build my wealth in a way that where it's not necessarily about getting a ton of money, right? But at least getting a consistent amount of money to where I can set up certain trusts for the men in my family, for example, right? And so it's just one of those situations where, for me at least, it's not not that I lack discipline or or drugs. For me, it's literally just finding a setup that would give me a certain level of financial freedom to where I'll be able to operate independent of the system and the society as a whole, right?
Mhm.
And so, ideally, I think most men should strive towards that, right? Having that level of freedom. Because the
Mhm.
truth of the matter is that having that level of freedom gives you more control over your government. Because now you're no longer distracted by your drugs, by your food, by
Sure.
OnlyFans, all of that bullshit,
Yeah.
right? But I'm gonna be honest with you. One of the main reasons why I am the way how I am is because of my dad
That makes
and
sense.
my uncles who are like in my life,
Yeah.
right? All these men start their own businesses. They're
Mhm.
married with kids, some early, some a little bit late. You see what I'm saying? But they all put in a lot of work, and they didn't just keep their knowledge and all that stuff to themselves. They passed that on to us. And so
Yeah.
my reasons, for not having any kids is because right now I don't want to raise any kids, in the current situation that I'm in right
I don't
now.
blame you. Yeah, it's not an ideal environment by any stretch of the imagination. And by all accounts, I wasn't referring to you, but I will
No, no, I
now.
know.
In that, it certainly doesn't sound like you would fit the archetype in many different ways of the average American. And the reason I was stating average American is just to say that I believe if the average American were to do that, what I described, and similarly sounding what you're describing that you do, that they would want that which you do. You're saying, for instance, well, I think that they should want to pursue this, and what I'm saying is I think that they do deep down, but that is clouded by those sort of buffers from reality that we were talking about, and vaguely the programming and toxicity that's, again, just keeping people content enough to keep doing it. And my point with the SSRIs is that it's showing that in time, you could sort of read it as over time, over the course of someone's life, that they get reality eventually. And why are so many older people, why, as you get older, why are they on it? Well, think about it. They're coming more so to terms with the reality that they've sort of been trying to shield themselves with temporary,
Yeah,
addictions, whatever.
addictions.
And the
Yep.
piper comes calling. And what do now? Is they sort of make the trade-off, I think, in a pragmatic sense, to a pill to make them feel better because they want that feeling because they can't get the reality, right? So that's in a term how I look at it.
No, that's how it is. It's unfortunate, but
Reality,
that's just
yeah.
how it is. You got anything you want to add, Hillary? She's been quiet.
No. I'm kind of tired.
Kind of tight. You just want to shut it down?
I can go a little bit more. But yeah, I
Okay.
mean, what you guys are saying makes sense.
Yeah, man. I'm not like. Listen, I've it's I've worked in quite a few industries, right? And the one that I'm pursuing now, um, you know, it's expensive as hell. The classes are costly. The books are costly. Getting the license is costly. Taking the exams are costly, right? But at the end of the day, man, you got to put in the effort, right? And it's not like it's a situation where you even need a degree. It's cheaper than going to college. Yeah, it costs you a couple grand for the classes, but it's way cheaper than going to college, right? And you can make really good money. But at the end of the day, you just gotta have that a certain level of commitment and patience. And I mean, I think the idea, and I mean, Jordan Peterson kind of planted this seed in a lot of young men's heads, and it just didn't land properly, right? In that when you are trying to be better, right, just try to be better than you were the day before,
Yeah, yeah. No, I agree with that. I mean, right, if you can do that, or at times it might be not being worse than the day before, sort of damage
Yeah.
control, right? Because shit does happen, right? So sometimes mitigating whatever did happen, whether it was your direct choice or not, it can also be a positive, right? But I think that's a fair point that you made.
Yeah, my varsity, basketball coach is like, listen, if we don't, if you suck at this today, work on something else.
Yeah.
You
yeah.
know, there's always something you can work on.
So to your point, I don't know who was familiar, probably somewhat with Bruce Lee, but I was delving back into some of his stuff the other day, and reminded that at some point before he died, and he was getting pretty big and promoting what he wanted to, which I think, from what I can tell, was pretty righteous. But anyways, ended up severely injuring his back to the degree he couldn't walk for 6 months, and I'm sure there's many stories
Yeah.
like this. In fact, I have one myself. Right, I had a spinal surgery, but I'm just
Oof.
getting at that. It was very upset. His life was about physicality in a sense, more than
Yeah.
many. He was anything but sedentary. So now being forced to do that, the reason I bring this up, relating it to what you're saying, is that sometimes those things that happen in our lives that we see as a curse, I would think he probably did at the time, can actually be a gift. And, sort of instilling what you're talking about, it seems that he did more or less, as frustrated as he was said to be, and, by accounts, is that he couldn't not progress forward. And even though he couldn't physically for that time, they told me he might not walk again, whatever, that he really started delving into the reading and, overdrive. And it was said, this may be subjective, but when he did recover, he was better than ever. And let us just assume that's true for the point of saying that, don't give up type of mentality, even if the cards are stacked against you and, things happen outside of your control. In his control during that moment, or anyone who's had this happen, right, reading was one of those things. And so he
Yeah.
delved into reading, not just anything, but things that related to how he wanted to advance himself.
Yeah, and I mean, what what I would actually like even suggest a lot of people do is always read up on new skills in different industries, right? Because the truth of the matter is that the industry that you work in or you operate in crashes and you're not getting any business, at least you have another feather in your cap, right? And so the way how I look at it is just in general, I'm someone who loves to learn, right? Just in general, right? This being generally specific. But at the end of the day, I kind of realized like, oh shit, I'm about to get fired from my HVAC job. What the hell am I going to do? Right? The supervisor looks like he's letting go of, all of the journeymen because he doesn't want these guys moving up, right? Okay, I need to go find another skill, right? That's when I started reading up in real estate, right? Not that I was already certified in IT, but I also loved HVAC, right? But but even when I was let go, I still had shit that I could do to make money. See what I'm saying? Like even not just working for a company, I can just still go out there, be my own business, and make money because I have, multiple marketable skills, right? And I think that's part of the reason why a lot of young men are fucked is that there's not a lot of young men with trade. They don't know how to fix shit in their homes, right? Like, bro, if you can fix a wall in your home, you can learn how to fucking sheetrock.
I mean, I don't really myself, but then again, I've done micro soldering and getting past Apple iCloud and things like that in my techie days. So I kind of agree with you. I just think to nuance it, there's a balance, right? I don't want to be, I don't know if most men would really want to be a jack of all trades type of deal. Not that that's exactly what you're suggesting, but nonetheless, it is good to learn and to be self-sustained and
Have a
to be able
backup.
to, yeah, sure, to have backup plans, contingencies, right? Think ahead. Yeah.
Well, it's interesting that you guys were talking about boomers and the wealth that boomers possess.
I didn't talk about that.
Yeah,
I brought that up.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
I think Batman was or Odin was talking about that, and well, it's interesting because my dad was basically a boomer. Well, he was a boomer, and I'm talking about my adopted dad. I don't know a whole lot about my biological father, but that said, he was a bit of a jack of all trades. His competency in pretty much everything was kind of impressive. And I would say that I think when the boomers do end up dying out and are no longer able to help run this country, I think our country is going to kind of be in the shitter and in a pretty negative way, because there's a competency that comes with their arrogance and their self-centeredness. I wouldn't say that. I think there's some amazingly skilled boomers out there, but they're kind of like, it's better to burn out than to fade away. Kind of, I'm not leaving anything behind for my next generation. I'm just going to party, kind of mentality. Not all, but I think most. And there's a reason why they were. A lot of that was probably instilled in them because the greatest generation and the generation that went through the Great Depression,
silent generation.
right? That those that went through the harder times probably impressed upon their children, hey, you got to learn how to make do. You got to learn how to put up food. You got to learn how to grow, be more self-reliant. You've got to learn how to fix this because this is not a plentiful thing that we're going to get a lot of. I think there was an old saying, you use it up, wear it out, make it do or do without. That kind of a saying, right? That generation pretty much embodied. And I think unless and until we end up having to go through similar struggles as the silent generation, the greatest generation, and even to some extent the boomers who were really coddled because of all the struggles in the previous generation, until and unless we go through that, I think what we're struggling with right now, and I think what Base is probably explaining, and the need for SSRIs, is a lack of purpose. That we have we have lack of purpose in our lives overall, and things are just way too easy. You ask a Zoomer, what are you going to do when there's no food in the grocery store? They'll be like, what do you mean? There's always food in the grocery store. Yeah, but what happens when truck drivers no longer are delivering it to the? What do you mean? It's always there. They don't know where the food comes from. They don't. In a large part, they don't have a concept of it, with very few exceptions. Most of them just their ability to cope. Go ahead, Base.
We could say distorted.
Yeah, I think necessity is the mother of all invention. Would we not all agree, gentlemen? I mean, when you have to go out and find food, you're going to find a way to find food.
You're going to find a way to find food.
Yeah, or you're not gonna, or you're going to die.
Yeah, or you'll die.
Exactly. So I think this stuff is very cyclic. I think it does, and in general, it sorts itself out. But it's not lost on me, Odin, to hear you and people, young men your age, young adult men on the younger side, I should say, kind of espousing the same sentiment. And I'm just like, all right, solutions based. What's the solution? And one thing I wanted to ask you, Odin, was it, and I think Based wants to add to something here, and you can engage that or ignore my question, but could you define what you mean by wealth? And go ahead, Based. And just put that in your back pocket. You don't have to respond to it right now. But if Based, if you
I'd like to respond to that right now. I think of wealth as probably coming from, whether you like him or not, but just a reference point, Robert Kiyosaki, is in terms time, right? So if Batman says he lives below his means, let's say that it costs you $50,000 a year to live, and you accumulate $500,000 in wealth, that effectively means you have 10 years that you could not work and survive, right? Whether it was forced or whatever. That's how I think of wealth, and it seems to me most people have very little. The median man in America has about $8,000 apparently, and spending really that means he can live about a month. He has about a month or two of wealth based on expenditure for the average man. So I don't remember what the question to me was. Oh no, you were just handing it to me. I forgot what I was even going to say. So just give it to Batman.
Odin. Odin.
Yep. Can you guys hear me?
Yep, we got
Yes.
you now.
Okay. If I were to describe wealth, simply put, I would describe it having, how much currency you earn with how much currency you possess, and how much things you can purchase with that currency, right? If you can have a lot of money, right? Or you can be wealthy, but you might not have liquid cash, right? And so when you hear me say a large percentage of that wealth is, is with boomers, right? It's not liquid cash. It's about ownership, right? Land ownership, ownership in
It's not
corporations.
liquid, really.
Yeah. And so what you find is that my generation, the men in my generation, a lot of them do not own shit. Now, owning things, right, that also includes owning your own business, right? And so what you find is that men in my generation and the generation after, a lot of us do not own our own business, meaning we are not controlling our means of gaining wealth. We are dependent on a corporation or the government, right, to maintain our living. And again, I don't know if that's a fear or if it's a lack of bravery or whatever, right? But if you don't control your means of wealth, you don't have control over your life. And that was the lesson that I learned in the US, right? That if you all of the shit that's happening in the country when it comes to the politics and all of that stuff, right? If you're wealthy, you're above all of that shit. You don't even have to be here if you don't want to. You can just buy your citizenship in another country if you want to, right? You are tolerating everything else. And that is the lesson that I learned from the owner of that company, right? And he says, "Listen, working for me, you'll never get here. Learn as much as possible."
Well,
Yeah.
think about it. The idea of what you're talking about, owning a business, and that could mean a lot of different things, right? OF girls apparently own businesses, right? Depending on how you look at it. But the idea of owning a business in the U.S. broadly, it has been punished by the powers that be, not just big government. It's been punished by society. And I don't mean that in the binary sense that every small business is punished by society. But what I mean is people will go to Walmart to save a penny type of deal over supporting small local farmer in that sort of sense. But aside from that is pushing out by government and sort of quasi-government corporations such as Amazon, social media, whatever, that I refer to as quasi-government because, of course, technically, monopoly laws in force and government separation. But when we look at the, sneaky trails of backdoor deals and bullshit, corruption, fuckery, it's very clear that these companies are, in part, a part of the corporate U.S. federal government, right? So I think there's a plethora of reasons why a lot of people aren't willing to do that. And then some of it comes down to belief in oneself, accountability. Obviously, when you work for somebody, even if you do an ass job, especially today, I think you're gonna stay. I think a lot. I mean, look,
Yeah,
when
I mean,
when I go out places, most of the workers seem to suck at anything,
yeah,
at fucking anything.
yep.
You can't even talk to them, which is
You
good.
know, so I'll give you an example, right? So right now in the Bronx, right,
Oh, you in the
there
Bronx?
is
That was where I
yes,
first got arrested, Batman. Went to Central Bookings. Anyways, go on. Good story.
so the government has set up a lot of these speed cameras on certain streets,
Mm.
right? And they are set up to be extremely strict. So if you go past 25 miles per hour, you will get caught,
Mm.
right? And they will send you a ticket, and you have to pay it, right? Unless it's just going to double by a certain amount of time, right? Now, here in the Bronx, what you find is that a large percentage of the men, they work for a company, right? And so the government, which whom they empower, right, will do stuff like that, right? Because the government is intertwined with a lot of these large companies that they work for. Now, let's say Austin, right? That's a little bit further upstate New York, right? Nice middle class area, right? Um, the people up there, the men in those locations, around half of them own businesses, right? And a
Where
very
is this?
different
Where?
bit, Austin,
I
in New York.
never heard of it.
Um, so if just by that demographics alone, the local government wanted to put speed traps, right? Those speed cameras, I should say, right? And they couldn't put it in there. Why? Because those men who are paying their taxes to that local government said, listen, if you implement this, we're voting you out of office. And we're not going to be paying your taxes, even if you somehow get back into office, right? And so they have that control because their local government isn't intertwined with how they make their money. So they have a certain level of control over their local society.
Sure, and we can see this in other aspects, right? There's I don't know. I think we probably wouldn't know their name, but let's say one of the Rothschilds. It may be similar for them. You know, I don't know exactly, right? But sure, government made up of people, and we are those people, and you know, a lot of corruption. Corruption has been rewarded. Doing the right thing, and again, broadly, I don't mean it in the binary every time, but broadly, doing the right thing has been punished. And so this is sort of part of the training, part of the programming of people. And, you know, what matters in life? Money, to a degree. I also know, you know, to some degree, not good friends with or anything, but, you know, millionaire technically, that, you know, they come around to like, man, I'm not saying this is the norm, but I do believe it, where like, man, I worked so hard to get here in late 30s, let's say, and the rest of my life, I didn't say this, they're saying it, is shit. I don't have anything figured out. I have no, I don't know, close friends, or not doing well with women, trying to start a family, whatever it is, but these different aspects. And, you know, money does have utility. It can buy you and afford you things, but I'm just, you know, looking at the big picture that it's still the least of most people's problems. If they were to get control of and improve upon themselves in the ways that they can control, I think a lot of them would find out that the money thing fixes itself, maybe not directly, maybe indirectly, but it's really like, I kind of look at it like this. I think a lot of people in their truest form would rather do something, invest their time, you could say trade, profession, business, in something that doesn't necessarily pay all that well, but feels a purpose, seems to be their purpose, you know, something they're very good at. Maybe it's a gunsmith, whatever it is.
Yeah.
But that's their passion, their duty, could be an artist of sorts. And meanwhile, we have other people doing things that they absolutely hate. And I'm not saying this is the norm, but it may be that they absolutely hate or don't like or don't have interest in, and they have a lot of money, some of them, but they don't have the most important thing to them. They find out as life progresses. Going back, I guess, to what GS was getting at with as getting older with SSRIs, lack of purpose. Right, the purpose turned into making money, or maybe not, depending.
I got a
It might have
question
been
for
getting
GS after
high.
you're done.
Yeah. The purpose was, how many women can I dick down, right? And then they find out, oh, that wasn't really a good purpose. You know what I mean? Maybe cost me quite a bit as well.
Yeah. GS, in the army, when you finally go in, are you forced to have a job outside of combat stuff?
It's an MOS. Yeah, it's like a job description. Like Marines got like a whatever kind of weird long number thing. We're like 19 Delta Cavalry Scout. You kind of pick what you'd like to do. You might end up being needs of the Army, meaning depending on what is needed. I think Marines kind of fall under that for the most part, because I think all Marines start off as riflemen at the very least, and then they go ahead.
Yeah, but I mean, you mean towards MOS? GS?
Well, yeah, he's talking about the Army in particular. It is very job oriented, meaning you take an ASVAB, they give you a range of things you can pick from, and then you decide with advanced individual training, AIT, what your job is going to be. I can't speak for the Marines.
Yeah, I mean that trope, or you all Marines riflemen. I mean, sure, but as far as like in boot camp, or prior to, you would still pick an MOS, but it could be an open contract. Like I believe I was open contract infantry. So what came out of that I didn't pick was to be a mortarman, right? But it was still part of the infantry, the 03 designation. But then they were like, no, you're doing this, bitch. And I said, aye, sir.
You know what? My bad. I should have said non-combat based jobs.
No, if you pick a combat arms job, that's what you've got. In the Air Force, it's similar to what you're saying. You have a dual. If you're in combat, you do this. If you're out of combat, you do something similar.
Okay, so would you say that that, I guess, based on you guys' experience, that gave you a purpose outside of combat scenarios?
Well, as a 19 Delta, they called us 19 Detail for a reason. I mean, we could have been. I could have been a janitor or a hitman. That was pretty much my options. I mean, any
where you put it.
Yeah. No, I mean,
the question though, I mean, anything can give you a purpose, but are you kind of lending towards your purpose? Like I didn't quite understand it.
The reason, as some of you, well, Oracle doesn't notice. So I was born and raised for a pretty good chunk of my life in Jamaica, and when I was going to school, everyone learned a trade, right? And outside of the typical math, English, social studies, whatever, right? That would basically be like your main purpose. Like if you're gonna fail anything, you cannot fail your trade. If you want to put effort in anything, you have to put effort in your trade, right? And they start teaching you starting from the 9th grade, right? So by the time you graduate and you're an adult, you have at least 3-4 years, right? Depending on if you kind of go on to college. of experience under your belt, and you can go out and you can get a job. If you don't want to work for anyone, you don't have to, right? I think that's probably one of the things that is missing in schools in the U.S. I I don't know. I was trained mainly in business administration and as an IT technician, right? So so coming out of school, I already had skills, right? And I was proud of those skills. Like that was like my purpose. You see what I'm saying? And so,
Yeah, I think. Have you read The Giver, the book The Giver? Right? They kind of force the kids into trades, and sometimes they don't like it or they might like it. But I don't exactly get where you're going.
So
Like
I'm
schools should
saying,
have it, like one that you pick or they pick or society picks.
so I think so how we did it was that you you would they'll they'll test you on a few of them, see which one you are most competent in, right? And the top three that you're the most competent in, you pick one, right? But they'll test you, right? But you'll if you pass, you get to
Yeah.
do that trade.
So you have some choice, but not
Yeah, so
total.
you do have some choice, unless your parents get involved.
Well,
I
you
wanted to
might hate
do.
all three. What if you did?
You're fucked because
Yeah.
I didn't want to do business administration. I wanted to do technical drawing, and my dad told them no. I want him to do business administration, and I was like, shit, I didn't have a choice, right? The deal was that I will do business administration and IT. That was the deal. Because I also liked IT, but I wanted to do technical drawing and or IT. But I think that
You're saying kids should do this, or America
yes,
should do
I
it.
think that is something that every school in the country should make available for kids.
Yeah, so let's say I agree with you, just to
Yeah.
make it simple. Going back to sort of priority, in terms of relevance to one's life, I don't. Again, let's say I agree with you that so many things would come before that in my mind that I would express as, for instance, for schools in particular, and parents really, to stop, again, most, I'm not saying all, I'm not saying
Yeah, yeah,
you,
yeah.
I'm just saying most, to stop poisoning the children, literally. And I'll throw out one example. 80, 80 grams of sugar by the average, added sugar, refined sugar to the average adult male's diet daily. 80 grams of sugar. And again, refined, different than fruit or vegetable. And that shit truly, I don't even want to say my opinion, but I'll say it. I think it's scientifically proven. It is essentially poison in so many different ways. The brain chemicals, the body, metabolism, thyroid, inflation, cancer leading to, right? So I'm just saying I would prioritize that way before worrying about that. Social media, right? I mean, there's just different aspects, I think, that
I mean, look at it
we're
this way.
showing we don't care about them. So the idea of, hey, we don't care about y'all, we're going to continue to poison you literally, figuratively, psychologically, programming, right? Boys are girls, girls are boys, whatever the case. But we did get y'all trades, so society will function a little bit better as you're in that hamster wheel.
I mean, so when you're learning a trade, when you're training, right? If it's something that you're proud of and you really want to do, you'd want to you typically would put a lot of time and effort into it. And by the way, like I just want to clarify this. I'm not suggesting that this be like a one thing that'll like fix all of these problems. Obviously, is a lot of issues, and so a comprehensive approach is necessary. I'm just suggesting that I think for the purposes of empowering young men and giving them a certain level of freedom to choose how they want to make their money, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I think having marketable skills, it would be definitely beneficial to them.
Yeah, I agree with you. Not a perfect analogy, but I'm a bum on the street on the Lamborghini configurator trying to figure out if I want carbon fiber on the mirrors or not. And so, I get you, and pragmatically it does make sense. I'm just expressing the foundation is
The
fucked.
foundation. Yeah,
So
it
I'm
goes
not
back down to the
as,
parents.
you're right, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, gentlemen. I appreciate the conversation tonight. I just looked at the old man timers ticking, and I
You get it?
really, well, yeah, I
I'm
really
sorry.
felt.
You're done
Yeah, no,
being bottom?
yeah, put me on the top. So I gotta head out, guys. I need my beauty
All right,
sleep
man. It's a pleasure as
desperately.
usual.
All right,
Yeah,
take care,
Odin, in
guys.
America, we do have programs like that. We've got Votex, so that if you aren't heading to college, you can go and
Right.
spend at least a couple of years of your high school learning automotive or horticulture or whatever.
Right.
And then a lot, like for generations, people have joined the military specifically to get job training and to get job experience. And then when you get out of the military, if you behaved okay, then that looks really good on a job application. Oh, this guy stuck to this for 4 years and did what he was supposed to and didn't get into trouble. I know he's going to show up on time. I know he's going to, be driven.
Yeah, that's very fair.
Yeah. Yeah, no. I'm not saying stuff like that don't exist. I mean, I got my CompTIA certifications at a trade school. They exist, but I think that these are things that should be taught when kids are at the prime in terms of their capacity to learn, right? Which is the teenage years. And I think if they put more effort into things that they actually love versus distractions, I think that would help alleviate a lot of the issues in regards to how social media is fucking them up, and excuse my language, is messing them up, and and even like the bad food that they eat. I remember coming across an article talking about the health of men now versus the health of men when Kennedy was in office, and like, dude, you had to like climb ropes. Like PE was actually like PE. Dudes are like pretty much ripped, right? And all of like those things are like mandatory. And now you don't have any of that shit, really.
It's illegal.
Now it's just babysitting. That's it.
That's crazy to me, man. Like, dude, I don't know. Like I said, it's a comprehensive, issue. And I think we have to treat it as such, and take multiple approaches to these things. But realistically, man, I don't know if guys in my generation, if you really want to prosper in this country, in this economy, you have to literally rip the wealth and the power and the control from boomers. They're not going to give it up. They're not going to die until the next 30, 40 years.
Yeah, I
right?
wouldn't be sure about that. Men dying at a pretty good rate in the U.S., and most of it is self-induced, as a matter of fact.
Yep.
Talking about the boomers.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that, well, how old are the boomers?
What, 60s?
Okay, they got like 5 years. I'm not a doctor, but they about to die.
Yeah.
I mean, most of them.
But yeah,
What up,
it's,
untrackable thought process?
Hello, sir. I'm actually going to drop out, guys. I gotta
Okay.
go try to get some sleep. Hopefully, we'll be able to chat soon again. It's a pleasure. Base.
Yeah. See you, man.
All right. Take care.
Do you have anything before we close down Untrackable?
I mean, did I cause a problem?
Yes.
No, it's just late, and we've been kind of winding down for a while.
Okay. Well, hey, the best to you all.
Nobody
You as
left.
well. Good night. Good night, everyone.
Peace.